think we're just about there. All right. We are right at 9 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 evaluation meeting for the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. I'm Karen Edwards with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, and I will be moderating these meetings over the next 3 days. With me is a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators for this grant program, where local, state, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and one special purpose district are requesting funds to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Applicants have already provided written answers to a series of board-adopted evaluation criteria, and now these volunteers will have 10 minutes with each applicant to ask clarifying questions so they can score and rank project proposals, and the preliminary rank list will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available for recreation in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And our first project that we have up for the day is Pend Oreille County. This is the Pend Oreille County Park ADA Trail. And do we have, is it Steve Marsh? Hi, Steve.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So if you, Steve, just want to take the first 30 seconds to just introduce yourself, provide a quick introduction to your project, and then we'll go ahead and turn it over to the evaluators to ask you some questions. And just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. I'll be keeping track of time. So yeah, go right ahead, Steve.
Actually, I can't tell. Is Mike Kirkpatrick on?
Yes, Steve, I am here.
There you are, Mike Kirkwood. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. This probably is right up your alley.
Okay. So Pend Oreille County Park is a county campground, disc golf course, and equestrian area located in the southern part of Pend Oreille County. We're making a real effort out there to do some improvements. The park has been utilized since the early 1980s. We acquired it from the state of Washington. With that being said, it sits kind of in a little bit of a valley. And one of the big issues we have out there is there's really no ADA accessible trails or anything that the ADA can utilize. So we want to incorporate that. We want to incorporate that into our park. Here in the last couple of years, we've made a couple ADA accessible campsites, and we want to continue with that by making this trail, which hopefully in the future will turn into an interpretive trail where we can have that link in with some of our other trails out there, and long-term future uses. We hope to incorporate a small-scale RV park at that facility.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. Any questions about this project for you to score the criteria?
If you had another chance, would you say a little bit more about the project design category than what you put in the application?
Steve, you want to take that one?
Sure. What I'm sitting here thinking is I'm about to make this into a PhD doctorate thesis on design. It's as straightforward as it looks like. It's a 5-foot wide traveled path. By the time we do sloping and shoulders on each side, we're probably going to have a 10-foot wide trail prism by the time we get all the slopes done. It's going to be gravel. It'll be made to, we'll use Forest Service standards as far as making sure the trail is ADA accessible, but it is as straightforward as it gets. We'll just kind of use the natural topography, kind of wind the trail around, making sure we don't have more than a 2% cross slope or an 8% longitudinal slope. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Richard. Any other questions for Mike or Steve? Or
I do. This is Denise. How long do you expect the construction to take once, I guess from the time you give it to for the planning up through construction? What is, given it's a path, how long do you expect?
Mike, do you want to take that one or do you want me to?
Well, I could put in here, we would more than likely go out into a competitive process to construct this as a public works project. But we do have available our road district crews who during the fall time of the year, they get pretty slow. A lot of people are taking leave time after our big construction season finishes up. And our road department does have the equipment available to do work like that. So the hope would be on 3,400 feet, or I'm sorry, 3,500 lineal feet, that I would say probably in a 30 to 40 day time frame that that could be completed, weather dependent.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise, go ahead, Kathy. Kathy, if you're talking, you're still on mute.
Oh, sorry about that.
Go.
Hey, good morning. Great presentation or great background on the project. Just a quick question, and I was bouncing over to the other slides on the metrics, and I didn't see what's the total acreage of the park, if you happen to know that.
440 acres plus or minus.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, we still have about 5.5 minutes. So if anybody has any additional questions or clarification needed to score this project. All right, and I am seeing none.
Karen, I was gonna jump in. On my screen, you're showing Tuesday's schedule. Is that a mistake?
Oh, yep, you are correct. Yep, you're correct. We will go ahead and get that fixed over the break time. So I will go ahead and just leave the title slide up here. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, I see no other questions. Steve and Mike, thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the consideration. Appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, so next up we have the City of Entiat. And I have the primary contact as Mark Botello. Do we have Mark on the line? Mark, I see you there. If you're talking, you are on mute.
This is Lisa with TRED. I think Mark might be having technical difficulties. I am supporting the application, so I can talk.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Lisa. If you wouldn't mind just doing a quick introduction of yourself and maybe take the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself and the project, that would be great. And then we'll hand it over to the evaluators.
Yes, of course. My name's Lisa Foster. I'm with TRED. We're based out of Wenatchee, Washington. We're a local nonprofit that is a backbone organization. And so for this project, the city of Entiat is the lead, and TRED is co-sponsoring and supporting the application. Part of the reason for that is this is a collaboration application amongst Bureau of Land Management, Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, City of Entiat, TRED, and the Columbia Breaks Fire Interpretive Center, which is the location of the project. We have been collaborating on this project since 2021, and we are very excited that we are able and ready to apply to RCO for funding to take the next step. So if you don't know, Columbia Breaks Fire Interpretive Center is an education and recreational site in Entiat, Washington. It's on Highway 97, off of Highway 97, between Wenatchee and Lake Chelan. It does have beautiful views of the Columbia River. History of the site is it's an interpretive center that began with the desire to save an old Forest Service fire lookout. And so what they ended up doing is bringing it down the mountain to an accessible spot where people could learn more about wildfire in our region. If you don't know, wildfire is prevalent in our region. It impacts us most of the summer. And now Columbia Breaks is a world-class wildland fire interpretive center that educates everyone from school children to firefighters to volunteers in all ages. And one of the cool things about this project is the expansion of the trail network. And so currently there is a very short trail that exists. And what we're hoping to do is to be able to expand that to create what we would call like a lollipop trail that would be ADA accessible. By the end of design, we are hoping to have a blind trail with ropes, both tall and shorter, so that individuals, both adults and children with visual impairments, would be able to utilize the trail as well. Part of the heart of Columbia Breaks is the fact that it does provide education to all ages. And it currently has 18 interpretive signs. It educates students and lifelong learners. At this point in the stage, we are seeking funding to be able to complete the cultural and environmental review so that we would be able to move to construction, not this round, but maybe in 2 cycles from now. The other piece is the recreational component. The vision for this trail expansion would be to provide a trail that would be exciting for the locals as well as visitors. We do have a lot of tourism in the area for recreation.
All right. Thank you very much, Lisa. Lance, go right ahead.
I did ask the question, about how many miles of trail are you guys planning for this project?
So the in total would probably be around 1.5 miles addition to what we already have as a 3/4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to confirm, I saw in the application, the estimated annual visitor, you put around 3,000. Just wanted to confirm that number. Is this still the best estimate?
That is currently the best estimate. Dave, if you're there and want to expand on those numbers, that would be great.
Yeah, that's about right. Close to 2,000 of those are young people, especially local school districts that have field experiences there. And we don't have an exact number simply because all we have is it's all completely volunteer, so there's not a host there all the time right now. We're working on that part, but there's a sign-in sheet, and just the locals hike it every day, and but they don't sign in every day, so it's not accurate. But 3,000 is pretty close.
Great, thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Trip. Any additional questions or clarification needed to score this project? All right. I am seeing none.
I'd like to say that one of the big purpose of the trail in Columbia Breaks is to, number one, get the young people out into the forest, because with fire becoming more disastrous every year and more prevalent, the young people are going to be making a lot of important decisions, and we feel, how can they make those decisions if they don't have an opportunity to get out and feel what's there or see what's there? So our advantage of having a longer trail system is provide not only more interpretive materials and education part of it, but it just attracts more visitors to the center itself.
All right, thank you for that, Dave. Any additional questions or clarification needed on this project? We have just a few more minutes. All right, I am seeing none. Dave, Lisa, thank you so much for jumping on.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next up, we are running a little bit early. We've got Chelan County Natural Resources, Nason Ridge Community Forest Access Improvement. And I just saw a couple of individuals pop on. Just as a reminder, you have, we've got 10 minutes set aside for this. I'll keep track of time. If you want to spend the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself and a very quick introduction of the project, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask questions. So go right ahead.
Sounds good. Thanks, Karen. I'll start. I'm Erin McKay with Chelan County Natural Resource Department. I'm the Forest Health and Open Space Program Manager, and I've been working with the local community on this project since about 2017, when we collaborated with the Land Trust and Western Rivers Conservancy to start developing funding proposals for the acquisition of the Nason Ridge Community Forest. As part of that effort, we worked with the local community through an advisory committee to develop the Nason Ridge Community Forest Management Plan in 2019. And then we acquired the property in part with an RCO acquisition grant, Community Forest Program acquisition grant, in 2022. And we continue to work with the local community who is now part of the stewardship group, and that is kind of a shared management approach to the community forest. We completed a recreation and access plan to supplement the community forest management plan in last year in 2024. So this is one of the projects that stemmed from that recreation and access plan, and I'm going to hand it over to Elle, who is developing the RCO proposal for this project.
Good morning. My name is Elle Robinson, and I've been working on this application. And our intent with this is to expand a parking area. The only access point on the west side of the community forest is currently accessed via U.S. Forest Service Road 6910 off of Highway 2. And currently there's not any kind of developed parking area on the west side of the community forest. And so this proposal would build out an area that is big enough for school buses and trailers to turn around. It would improve the road access up to that parking area. It's about a mile in from the western boundary of the community forest. We would also install a vault toilet and a kiosk, and then a little shelter area with 3 picnic tables. So our vision is to support summer and winter access on the west side of the forest. So we're also currently working with Washington State Parks to develop an application for a snow park at the community forest. And so this project would support that effort by creating a large parking area on the west side of the forest.
Great. Okay. All right. Let's give the evaluators a few minutes to ask some questions or seek clarification on this project. Go right ahead, Trip.
Hi, thanks for coming on and the information. Just wanted to confirm the number I see in the application. It looks like there's between 1,000 and 2,000 recreationists. Is that still the current estimate for The number of people who would use the facility?
Yeah, that's our best estimate. We have remote cameras and vehicle counters out on the forest, and so we're kind of extrapolating from that data from the summertime. We don't yet know exactly how many folks will be using it in the winter because we don't have that snow park developed yet. So it's all just kind of non-motorized snowshoers and that type of folks right now.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead, Denise, and then Holly.
How many parking sites will it be, say, oversized versus cars? Maybe I missed it in there, but I couldn't tell how many parking slots you were looking at.
What did we say for parking?
Like 15 to.
Yeah, I think it was 15 to 20 parking spots for regular size vehicles, and then there would be an extra little pull through roundabout area for buses. We're really hoping to encourage school groups to get out to the community forest to do some outdoor learning at the forest.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Denise. Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, I just wanted a clarification about the underlying allowed uses. There was a statement in the application that says this access area is intended for non-motorized recreation activities, so we do not estimate that many motorized recreationists will use this facility. So is the underlying land, the allowed uses on this landscape motorized or?
It's non-motorized, but there is one motorized access point on the east side of the forest. So accessing it through the Lake Wenatchee trail number 1583 allows for dirt bike access. So primarily the forest is non-motorized except for that one little carve out, which is kind of grandfathered in when we acquired the property.
Okay. And just a follow-up question for the snow park, are you anticipate it'll be a non-motorized snow park or multiple use?
Non-motorized.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any additional questions? Denise, your hand is up. Do you have another question or is that a left?
No, I need to take my hand down.
Okay, great. Didn't want to miss you there. Any other questions or clarification needed on this project?
Can I just follow up really quickly with that last question about the motorized versus non-motorized? This access point would just support non-motorized use. I think that was stated, but just to reiterate that, the one trail that does allow motorized access via Forest Service easement is accessed on the other side of the forest, and it's dirt bike only, and they have to stay on that trail. So this access point is for non-motorized access, summer and winter.
Any other questions or clarification needed on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have got Grant County Sheriff's Department, Moses Lake Sand Dunes. And has everybody seen the correct schedule now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so who do we have here from Grant County? I have Kenneth West on the schedule. Not sure if that's who's presenting. Anybody from Grant County Sheriff's Department for the Moses Lake Sand Dunes project? All right, we will go ahead and skip over that one and see if we have somebody from Chelan County Sheriff's Office for the Chelan County ORV Education and Enforcement Project.
Yes, Mike McLeod, I'm here.
Great. Hello, Mike. Thank you so much for being here early.
I am
All right, so Mike, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. I'll keep track of time. If you want to spend maybe the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself and just a quick introduction of the project, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for some questions.
Sure. My name is Deputy Mike McLeod. I'm a deputy sheriff with Chelan County Sheriff's Office. Have been for the last 20 years. We had an ORV program when I started here for the first few years and then lost the grant funding. I'm not sure what caused all that, and everybody that was involved with it has long since retired or left the agency. So I'm starting this from scratch, and I've never done this before, so please be gentle with your questions. I am seeking to reestablish the ORV enforcement program, which would give put two deputies on the forest year round. We would enforce all types of trails. We assist the Forest Service with backcountry rangers and doing anything they need us to do. We will patrol dirt bike trails, ATV trails, UTV trails. And this is something the Chelan County Sheriff's Office has needed for many years. The use out there has consistently increased. Illegal use, illegal trail building, all of these things are happening, and there's nothing out there to keep it in check or put a stop to it other than me. I'm the Forest Service co-op deputy for Chelan County, but there's only one of me, and I'm limited in what I can do. All of my time is spent on U.S. National Forest Service lands, and we have a lot of lands that aren't national forest. We have BLM lands, DNR lands, Fish and Wildlife, Chelan County lands, and those are all the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office. So we hope to change that and make it better for the future.
Right, thank you so much, Mike. Any questions for Mike about this project? Go ahead, Trip.
Hey, Mike, thanks. I wanted to see, I know in your application, the need satisfaction mentions the different uses of the different applications of these potential individuals. And could you estimate the number of percentage of time they'd be in field versus, I saw there was some conversation about social media, using other tools to reach folks, but what's the in-field versus sort of other outreach type split? How would you estimate that?
If I understand your question right, I think we're probably going to do about 50% of our time actually on trails, riding dirt bikes, on ATVs, UTVs, things like that. Another quarter of it will be spent doing strictly outreach type stuff, going to meetings, things of that nature. And then another quarter of it is spent doing satisfying a different grant, which is the state parks, snowmobile or snow park enforcement, and that end of it, which takes a couple of months when we're not able to ride dirt bikes and things like that in the forest.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Trip. Any additional questions or clarification needed on this project from Mike?
I had trouble raising my hand, but Mike, curious, if you're gonna put 2 officers out full time, are these gonna be new hires or people that are already familiar with the area?
It'll most likely, ultimately, that's up to the sheriff to make those identifying or those positions, or I guess approve those positions. However, we work on a seniority-based system, so you're only going to get the most senior deputies available. Myself, I'd be one of them. I've been here for 20 years. My counterpart, the other Forest Service deputy, has also been here for 20 years. It's highly unlikely that any brand new officer unfamiliar with the area would be an ORV deputy. It's just not practical, and they lack the experience to do it.
Hey, thank you.
And for the 2 of us that are currently doing it as Forest Service deputies, we have both lived in this area most of our lives. Other than the Marine Corps, I've lived here since I was born.
So that means you know where all the rogue trails have been, user-built trails, I guess.
I do know a lot of them. I've been riding dirt bikes in this area a long time.
Okay, thank you much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, John. Any additional questions for Mike or clarification needed to score this project? All right, I am seeing none, Mike. They were gentle on you indeed. Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, we are going to go ahead and go back to the Grant County Sheriff's Department Moses Lake Sand Dunes project. Do we have somebody from Grant County online? Anybody from Grant County Sheriff's Department?
Karen, this is Jesse. I just wanted to let you know I reached out to Grant County and they were having some technical difficulties. They were actually on a Teams link, and so they were going to be trying to get onto the Zoom link ASAP, and that was while Mr. McLeod was doing his presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Jesse. All right, so I think we will go ahead and go to a break. Right now, we have got us on a break until 10:05. However, I think if we can come back at about 10:55, and then we will see if somebody from Grant County Sheriff's Department is online. So that will give us about 25 minutes of a break. So we will see everybody back here just before 9:55. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, it is 9:54. And I understand that we do have somebody from Grant County Sheriff's Department here for our next presentation, which is the Grant County Sheriff's Department Moses Lake Sand Dunes Project. This is project number 24-2264 in the review and evaluation module.
That's correct. We're here.
All right. Hello. And is that Mark? Mark Panett?
Yeah, Mark Panic. I'm the Special Operations Supervisor.
Great.
And I have the previous ORV deputy for our agency. He's now a detective. He's promoted out, but he had that position previously. He's Detective Ken West is with me.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Mark. And yeah, so we are right at 9:55. We'll go ahead and get you started. Just a reminder, we have 10 minutes. I'll be keeping track of time for you. So no need to do that. If you can just give a really quick 30-second brief of your project, and then we will hand it over to evaluators for questions. So go right ahead.
Sure. So we are in charge of enforcement and management of the Moses Lake Sand Dunes recreational area. And it's a property that's kind of a joint private / federal property that we oversee as part of the Sand Dunes Recreational Unit. It's about 3,000 acres of sand dunes and kind of mixed in with shrub steppe. It's divided into two zones primarily for our purposes, which is the green zone, which is open year round for ORV recreational access, and then the yellow zone, which is only open between July 1st and September 30th for ORV recreational access. So between the two, we're in charge of enforcement, education, and maintenance of different pieces on the property.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions for Mark on this project or any clarification needed in order to score and evaluate?
Yeah, I have a question if I could. Mark, Tripp Williams, one of the evaluators. I saw in your application mention about yellow zone violations, and I didn't see many details around how often those incursions take place, or, I mean, I can understand it's, a major issue, but I wanted to know if you had any data on how often it's happening, or.
Sure. So I'll start, and then I'm gonna hand off to Detective West, who's a little more knowledgeable on the specifics. But the yellow zone is adjacent to the green zone, so we're in charge of the signage and fence lines to notify people, hey, this is a restricted area at certain times of the year. And then what typically happens is the kind of the start of the heavy recreational use in the sand dunes is between Memorial Day and Labor Day. So between Memorial Day and July 1 is when we get a lot of violations. People cross over into the yellow zone, whether it's through ignorance or intentionally, pretending they're missing the sign. So that's where we get the violations, the land use violations that we enforce on that side. And I'll let Detective West explain a little bit further.
Yeah, just to reiterate, in particular, starting out the season, on Memorial Day weekend, obviously it's very busy out in the sand dunes. At that time, obviously the yellow zone is closed, and we have upwards of, on big weekends like that, we get 10 to 15,000 people out there. Primarily, a lot of people are abiding by that, but there's a significant amount of people that do get in the yellow zone in or around that weekend. And
we may need for you to get a little bit closer to the microphone. It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay. Again, going back to Memorial Day weekend, for instance, on a big weekend like that, it's not uncommon to get 15,000 people out there. Majority of the people are somewhat following the rules, but there is a significant amount of trespassers into the yellow zone riding ORVs. And it's not, last year, for instance, between our office and Fish and Wildlife, on that weekend, there was well over 100 citations issued for trespass riding in that prohibited area. And then that continues until obviously July 1st, and then it does become open. But yeah, there is a couple month period where there's a lot of intrusions into that area. That's a protected area, not just for wildlife, obviously, and soil erosion and things like that.
All right. Did you hear that? Okay, Trip.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Denise. Go right ahead, Denise.
Under the need, there's more signage and fencing. Who actually does the work? Is that the sheriffs, or are there other employees that will be, your part as enforcement? Who does the actual work?
In my experience last year and what I've seen from years previous, most of it falls on the sheriff's office. Fish and Wildlife also has a stance, a presence out there with maintaining signage as well. I would say between our office, Fish and Wildlife Service, there is some help from private groups, but primarily it falls on the government entities, which is the sheriff's office out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Denise. Go right ahead, John.
Yeah, one quick question. Having been a user of that facility for decades, is alcohol still prohibited, which seemed like it was a huge party out there?
Yeah, so alcohol is still prohibited, and that goes back historically to the kind of spring break, for lack of a better term, Girls Gone Wild atmosphere that was out there in the 90s. And so our commissioners have not changed that since, and it seems to, from what I've seen and experienced myself on those holiday weekends, seems to have changed the environment quite a bit. So we still get it out there. It's tough to enforce, people bringing it in, obviously, because we're not doing checks of vehicles, we're not setting up checkpoints, and we're not violating rights that way. But when we see it, it's there's some education and hey, dump it out, pour it out. But there are historically a few on those busy holiday weekends. There'll be a few infractions issued for the alcohol in the sand dunes violations.
So, Mark, I guess a follow-up to that is this grant has come up many, many times over the years. If this grant didn't go through, is Grant County got other ways of forcing that play area?
I guess I would need a little more context. Are you talking about enforcement or staffing? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, the presence of Grant County sheriff being out there.
Right. So my understanding is we still primarily fund through our sheriff's office, through our Grant County funding, we fund the position of ORV deputy. So that probably wouldn't change. It would bring about the difficulties of the maintenance and upkeep primarily for us out there, especially when it comes to like dumpsters, pit toilets, and then portable toilets that we bring out on the busier holiday weekends as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, John. Go right ahead, Brandon.
Hello, thanks for answering some of our questions today. I just had a quick one on something I was noticing between the need and need fulfillment. So in your need, you mentioned the issue around a lot of like illegal dumping and misuse of the dumpsters that are provided out there. And in the fulfillment, it sounds like you're still going to be utilizing those 2 40-yard dumpsters and then 3 on holiday weekends and stuff. Is there any other plans, or is there more enforcement around against illegal dumping or anything like that?
Right. So yeah, you're exactly right. We would continue on the two 40 yards and a third one on holiday weekends. The illegal dumping thing is pretty tough, right? Because it's difficult to distinguish between lawful recreational users and folks that are coming in taking advantage of that. So we have set up a couple operations to try and head that off, but it's hard to catch. And I can tell you that from personal experience. It's like finding the needle in the haystack when to be out there. Recently, I think it was in December or November, we had our crime reduction team, which is a separate entity in our sheriff's office, assist with removal of a lot of, for lack of a better term, homeless type people who were camped out there in ORVs for or not ORVs, but RVs and campers and trailers past the allowable limit under Fish and Wildlife and under county rules. So we footed a lot of the bill for that, used county public works, Grant County Public Works equipment to remove a lot of that. And then obviously the dumpsters are used to a certain extent, but that was a nice kind of collaboration between our office and other county, Grant County entities to remove a lot of that illegal dumping and waste.
Hey, Mark, we've got about 30 seconds left, and I have one more evaluator who has a question.
Okay, hopefully I answered that one. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mark. Go ahead, Kathy.
Yes, hi, Mark. So I represent the horsemanship community, and I had a quick question on your recreational users under project support. It looked like there were 450,000 users registered in 2024, and then there was another metric of 1 million recreational users over a 2-year period. However, it says on our supplemental scoring that the project will serve 50,000 to 100,000 NOVA recreationalists. So can you clarify the numbers?
Yeah, so I'm not sure where the 450 and 450 and 1 million came from, and that seems a little liberal, I guess, and I don't know specifically where that came from. I think the 50 to 100,000 is more accurate across a year. It's really dependent year to year on weather and kind of events and meetups and get-togethers out there. But I think the 50 to 100 is a lot more accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Okay, we are at time on this one. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, Karen.
We're going to go ahead and move on to the Spokane Motorsports Complex. This is their Spokane Motorsports Complex track maintenance. This is 242661. And Joshua, I saw you just clicked on your camera, so I'm assuming you are the one who's going to be answering questions from evaluators on this project.
Yes, I am.
Great. Okay, if you want to take just the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself and just a very brief what this project does, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Right. My name is Joshua Hitchens, and I'm part of the Spokane Motorsport Complex, and we operate the Airway, I guess it would be the Spokane Off-Road Vehicle Park in Airway Heights, which is basically closed course, like off-road motorcycle racing is what we do. It's a motocross track, and we do have some trails out here that we run a couple times a year. And I've ran it for this will be my 11th year out here, and kind of new to this whole grant thing. You know, we just are looking for, you know, a maintenance grant in particular to include a new dozer for the park. And yeah, that's kind of the short version.
All right. Thank you so much, Joshua. Any questions or clarification needed on this project to score?
Yeah, I do. Hi, Josh. I'm Trip Williams. I'm representing the hiking community. I just was curious if, not knowing the details, can you help me understand, is the Motorsport Complex a nonprofit? Is it a private for-profit? How does it all sort of fit together? I understand there's, you know, a lot of people who are really big fans and users, but I wasn't clear on the
Yeah, the Spokane Motorsport Complex is a nonprofit entity that is the one that leases it from the actual county.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I had is, there's a comment in the need response that the maintenance on the existing heavy equipment is around $5,000 a year. And there's a long-term case to be made, of course, for replacing it. But I was curious, it sounds like that maintenance has been covered in the budget effectively, or is there deferred maintenance because there hasn't been an ability to pay for that maintenance?
Well, the required maintenance has been completed. That's part of our agreement with the county. The original dozer is a county dozer, but they are not going to continue to provide heavy equipment for the maintenance of the track, and so the track itself is basically responsible for that. And so the maintenance has been completed, but it's there's kind of a maintenance debt that will happen at some point in regards to, like, if a transmission or an engine or planetaries or something along that nature goes, those items are significantly more expensive than just general maintenance on the machine. And that's what we're worried about, because it's a primary piece of equipment. It gets used on a daily basis to keep the track in operating condition. And if something major goes, the track will suffer substantially from something like that. So the current dozer has been here for about 20 years, and the parks department is always talking about the longevity of this place, and the equipment is definitely a factor when it comes to that equation. And so just maintenance over the next couple of years, we're looking to improve the quality of the place, and that's on the list. So
thank you.
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Joshua or clarification needed?
There was one I noticed in this project application where it talks about the actual size of, there's an error in the project on page 6 where it talks about the acres to maintain, and it has it as 2.8, but that's actually incorrect. The total acres on the main track is roughly about 17 acres. And the overall, like, if you include our trail systems and secondary tracks, that would add another 40 acres to that total there. So
thank you for that clarification, Joshua.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Any other questions or clarification needed on this project? All right. I am seeing none. Joshua, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
All right. We will move on to Spokane County Parks and Rec. This is their Nova Trails ORV program, number 242404.
I am here and I'm trying to get my video to work.
All right.
One
No
second.
worries. No worries, Jonathan. All
All right,
right.
here I am.
We can see you. Hello. Thank you so
Hi.
much. All right. So Jonathan, if you want to just take the first 30 seconds to just introduce yourself and just a real brief what this project does, what you're requesting funding for. You have a total of 10 minutes. I'll be keeping track of time, but if you want to take the first 30 seconds to do that, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators for questions.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Yeah, my name is Jonathan Smith. I work on planning and land acquisition for Spokane County Parks and Recreation. Back a few years ago, I think 2018, Spokane County received funding from the RCO to get a master plan completed for the Spokane County Airway Heights ORV park. That was the same ORV park that the previous gentleman was speaking about. That was completed in 21, and as part of following that master plan and implementing some of the suggested improvements, we are looking for a more of a practical first step. Everything out at the ORV park is 180 acres. Everything is on septic, and we need to take a look at connecting facilities to Airway Heights sewer system, because without that, if we're not able to do that, then we are looking at taking up some of the space for septic fields, and we need to know before we start planning things spatially. We need to kind of know kind of the nuts and bolts of, how do we get effluent off the site? The other factor in that is the very shallow bedrock that is prevalent in Airway Heights. And so just for a gravity fed, or not a gravity fed, but a gravity sewer line, we are concerned that we would not be able to get enough drop over the area that a sewer line would be in to reach the sewer line out in the road where the entrance is. So we're just looking for funding to do a study that allows us to figure out if that's feasible or not, and if it is feasible, maybe we need a pump or a lift station or something like that. We just need to figure this out a little bit further before we really start planning anything else spatially. So
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Let's go ahead and turn it over to evaluators. Any questions for Jonathan about this project? Any clarification needed in order to score? I am not seeing any questions. All right.
That's either a great sign or a bad sign.
I see no questions, Jonathan. Thank you so much for popping on.
Sure. I think I have the next item also.
And it looks like you have the next one. So moving on to the next project, this is Spokane County Parks and Rec and Golf. This is their Spokane County Parks E&E program project. This is 242402. And yeah, so if you want to, again, Jonathan, just take the first 30 seconds to just briefly let the evaluators know what you're requesting funding for, and then we'll move on to Q&A.
Awesome. Thanks again. So this is a program that Spokane County has had in place for quite a few years. We have 14,000 plus acres of open space and parkland in the county, and we have one park ranger. And so what we're looking for funding for is to, again, fund the same program that provides for two full-time seasonal park employees who would be in charge of traversing parklands, interacting with park users, and then if there are any issues, calling the park ranger and alerting the park ranger to an issue, whether it's maybe illegal camping, maybe if it's an improper use, then we would call the park ranger. But this just helps the county extend the abilities of the park ranger in not just policing all 14,000 acres, but also in interacting with users, maybe providing a little bit. Lots of users go out there, they don't necessarily know the county's the rules about maybe leashing their dogs, or maybe not using class 2 e-bikes, or that kind of thing. And the whole point of the project is to educate users about those kinds of issues. As we have the 14,000 acres of area, we also are looking to extend the ability of the full-time seasonal employees to be able to cover more ground. And so we have asked also for a couple of pedal assist e-bikes, not class 2 or class 3, but pedal assist e-bikes that would allow them to traverse more land and actually get out there and provide actually a larger service than what they would be able to on foot.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan. We'll go to Trip and then John.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm part of the hiking community. I just had a question about the expenses for the user education. There's a note around, this is in the screen I'm seeing, it's in the education section. There's a line item for about $220,000, and that includes labor costs, but it also includes things like donated horse use, donated trail use. So I just wanted to know if you could provide a little bit more detail on how much of that 220 is actually going towards paid wages versus how much of that is representing volunteered time.
Yes, I do believe we provided a breakdown of see, some includes total labor costs. Oh, so 219, yes. I know we provided a breakdown of this.
Or maybe I guess just another way to ask it would be the 2 employees. Do you have a sense of what the estimated cost for just the 2 employees would be versus?
Yeah, I believe 2 employees, it's over 2 years. And I believe that it was about $160,000. Okay. Could be right in there.
Okay.
And then you do understand that the additional amount is the match amount that we're provided by volunteer groups who go out and do a lot of the same kinds of education and enforcement activities, just kind of by using the trails and handing out pamphlets and things like that.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you, Trip. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Jonathan, reading your application, I'm a little fuzzy on the aides. 1, are they wearing a uniform? And 2, how do they present themselves to the public? I'm pretty familiar with the area that you're applying for. I know that a uniform presence is pretty important. Any thoughts?
Yes, yeah, they the cost of uniform is included in the grant ask, and so they will have uniform when they're on the trails and out there representing the county.
Okay, thanks. I missed the budget for uniform.
Yeah, I seem to remember we did provide a breakdown of all that, but just in the application printout, maybe it was provided in an attachment.
Hey, Jonathan, that's okay. You don't need to look it up for me. I just knowing the area, you get a lot of users, and the need for land managers' presence is pretty high. So that's what I was asking. Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome. And just to back up on page 6 of the application, number 6, 65,800 of that $219,000 Trip is going to be the match, and everything else is for the equipment and or for I'm sorry, I'm just reading, is for the to pay the full-time employees.
Sure.
So we're looking at more like 219. We're looking at about 160. Is yeah.
Okay.
I was right in the ballpark there. So
yeah, thanks. That's great.
Sure.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, John. Any other questions or clarification needed on this project from Jonathan? All right, I am seeing none. Jonathan, thank you so much for your time.
Yep, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right, next up, we are with Washington State Parks, their Riverside State ORV M&O. I saw Russell's camera pop on, so Russell, you must be the one fielding questions on this project.
I am today, yes.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. So Russell, just a quick reminder, you've got 10 minutes. I'll keep track of time. If you want to just spend the first 30 seconds introducing yourself and just quickly what you're seeking funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators.
Yeah, so I'm Russell Aldrich. I'm one of the lead park rangers down here at Riverside State Park in Spokane, Washington. With this grant, we're looking to fund a year-round senior park aid for the next 2 years. That position will work solely in the Riverside ORV area. And in that area, we have 600 acres of riding that's completely surrounded by fencing. So a big part of their job is maintaining that fence line just so we don't have user issues with neighboring properties because we're surrounded by private property on all sides. So that position kind of works on that fence and then kind of helps keep that relationship built with some of those neighbors and keeps that goodwill. Then they also do other maintenance activities. So cleaning restrooms that are there. We've got 2 restrooms with flushing toilets, sinks, all that good stuff. Then we also have a picnic shelter or 2 picnic shelters. I think it's like 28 picnic tables, another CXT pit toilet, and then several garbage can areas throughout the riding area. They maintain all that stuff on a daily basis. Then they help collect and pass out educational materials and fee envelopes. Then mow lawns, shovel snow in the winter time, help plow out the parking lots. They do noxious weed control. They also maintain the riding equipment that we have. So we have a couple riding lawnmowers, a couple of side-by-sides to be able to access the park, just to do maintenance and some enforcement out there. They help maintain those. And then they'll also do other special maintenance projects with volunteer groups out there. So they help set up our beginner riding area course and then do like cleanup projects and lead those with our volunteer groups.
Great. Thank you so much, Russell. Any questions for Russell on this project or any clarification needed? Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, thank you. Russell, I just wanted to address your needs statement.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if this project is identified in any of your planning documents, statewide or regionally or in a community plan as a priority?
Not that I don't know that it's written somewhere like we need X, Y, Z, or that a senior park aid is written into it. I know for our area, in like our area staffing plan, like it's a very vital position because without that, for staffing, we only have available to us a part-time seasonal position that is 4 months long. That is split between a couple of different park areas. So they would only spend a couple of hours during maybe our peak season for like the first 2 months. And then like the management of it would be left to like a park ranger that is also covering like 5 other park areas. But I don't know that it's like a line item position somewhere that written down. I'm not involved in those meetings or in those planning
Yeah.
parts, so I don't have an exact answer on that one. But
Okay, right. Thanks. That helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Russell or clarification needed on this project? Holly, do you have another question or is that a leftover? Oh,
Sorry, I lowered it. Thanks.
no worries. Thank you. All right. Okay, I am seeing no other hands up, no questions. Russell, thank you so much for being here.
yep, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have got, hello Rex, we've got Rex, Washington State Parks as Riverside State Park E&E Ranger Project. This is 242576. And Rex, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. I'll keep track of time. If you could just introduce yourself and then just give us a quick 30-second what you're requesting funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rex Schultz. I am the Community Engagement Manager for the Inland Empire, or the Inland Northwest area of Washington State Parks. My office is down here at Riverside State Park. I want to first start out and thank everyone that's serving on this committee to evaluate these grants. This is a time-consuming day, and I've listened to a couple of the presentations, and your work is very much appreciated. We were applying for an education enforcement ranger grant. It's a grant that we've received a few times in the past, but it's also a position that has evolved with the growing needs of the park. This position plays a key role in educating the people that visit our parks on the things that they can do, the things that are allowed to do. They spend a lot of time on the ground in the park. They support our large event program that we have operating out of different areas of the park. They're there to support events as they're taking place, bike races, running races, equestrian events. They help out with all of those. They do Discover Pass enforcement at our trailheads. They really just play a key role in kind of maintaining and educating people on that compromise between conservation and protection of the asset and the public's desire to recreate upon that asset. And then some of the fun things that they do also is this person oversees our junior ranger program, our bark ranger program, and what's becoming more and more important in this person's position is they manage the loaner life jacket program on the Little Spokane River. They are spending more and more of their time on the Little Spokane River, either at the put-in sites or on the water itself in a kayak, educating people about the safety of water safety and importance of wearing their life jackets and things like that. And they do a lot with our statewide boating program to help educate groups of young people that come to learn about boater safety and kayak safety. So really just kind of an evolving position. And the most exciting thing about what we have going at Riverside State Park now is and you all probably know about this, is the addition of about 1,000 acres of the Glentana property. And this position will be key in educating the people on this new part of the park as it comes online in the early part of this grant cycle.
All right, thank you so much, Rex. Any questions for Rex or clarification needed on this project? Any questions? All right. Well, I see none, Rex. Thank you so much for popping on. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, and I hope that's a good sign. But thank you all very much for going through all of these. I only prepared one of them, and you were all reading lots of them. And I know they're all very, very important programs, but I just appreciate the time everyone's spending on it.
Thank you, Rex. All right, evaluators, we are at our second break of the morning. We are due back here at 11:10. I am gonna, just to kind of try to keep us a little bit ahead of schedule, I'm gonna recommend we come back at 11 o'clock and we will work towards getting our next project on a little bit early, and then we will just try to stay ahead of schedule. So I will see everybody back here at 11. All right, hello everybody. We are back from our second morning break. Our first project, we have got U.S. Forest Service, their Wilderness and Backcountry Rangers project. And Rosemary, hi. Thank you so much for popping on early. We appreciate it. We're running a little ahead of schedule, so we're hoping to continue that trend. And it looks like you have the next, are you doing the Q&A for the next 4, Rosemary?
I'll actually be joined by a couple of my other staff as well, so they'll pop on as each of the, I'll stay for all 4, but we'll have a few
Great.
others.
Okay, are you ready for this first one?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Let me get back to our schedule here. So as I mentioned, we're running a little bit early. So now we are on, this is the 24-2518 project. And Rosemary, if you want to give just, if you just want to introduce yourself, if there's anybody with you, they can introduce themselves, give a really quick 30 seconds what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll go ahead and turn it over to evaluators. Just a reminder, we have 10 minutes. I'll go ahead and keep track of time. So go right ahead, Rosemary.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our CO and to the evaluation committee. Really appreciate it. So my name is Rosemary Seyfried. I'm the district recreation staff here on the Methow Valley Ranger District for the Okanagan and Wenatchee National Forest. I do believe Amber Deming, who's our lead wilderness ranger, might also be able to join us. So if you see her pop up, that she might be here as well. But this grant in particular, so this is our education and enforcement grant that focuses on our wilderness and our backcountry areas. We use this grant to hire up to 5 seasonal employees each year. So 3 paid and then 3 AmeriCorps type positions. And then with that, kind of a large number of community volunteers as well. And then the grant also covers their per diem and their supplies. The focus of this grant is, primarily education. We reach a wide variety of types of recreationists, from hikers to backpackers to equestrians, hunters, climbers. The types of educational messages that are common that we might focus on would be fire safety, food storage, human waste and proper disposal, pets and wildlife interactions, wilderness issues we address sometimes in the field, and then also maybe enforcing hunting regulations. We partner with our law enforcement officer, and we have some forest protection officers as match for this grant. So we do some enforcement as well, but it is largely field-based education is the focus of the grant. So the area that we cover, the Methow Valley Ranger District, is 1.3 million acres of public land. We sit just east of North Cascades National Park, so just east of the crest. So we're kind of a sunny destination, recreation destination for a whole host of recreationists. So we cover 2 wilderness areas, the Pasayten Wilderness and the Lake Chelan Sawtooth Wilderness. We have the North Cascades Scenic Highway and iconic places like Heather and Maple Pass and Liberty Bell, which is a big climbing area. We have 2 national scenic trails, the Pacific Crest and the Pacific Northwest Scenic Trails. So all those hikers are part of the folks that we're trying to reach as part of this grant. And we've been getting this grant since 2013. So we have a decade of success with it. So I appreciate, again, the opportunity to apply this year, and I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
Helps if I take myself off mute. Thank you so much, Rosemary. Are there any questions for Rosemary about this project for evaluators to score? Any questions or clarification needed for this project? All right, I am seeing none, Rosemary. So why don't we just go ahead and move on to the next one? And this is your trail maintenance project. So evaluators, this is 24-2513. And I saw Landon just pop on. Hello, Landon. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. So
I'm gonna. Go ahead.
So Landon, yeah, if you just want to do a really quick introduction, Rosemary already introduced herself. If you, Landon, want to just introduce yourself for evaluators. And then either one of you can provide just a quick 30 seconds what you are looking for grant funding to fund, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators for questions.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Landon Decker. I'm the trails manager on the Methow Valley Ranger District of the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. And for this project, we're planning to fund a 4-person trail crew and associated pack support to conduct trail maintenance on the district's highest priority trails. Trails included in this project are the final 65 miles of the Pacific Crest Trail to the Canadian border, a large segment of the Pacific Northwest Trail, several popular trails along the North Cascades Scenic Highway corridor, and primary trail access routes into the Pasayten and Lake Chelan Sawtooth wilderness areas and adjacent backcountry areas. These areas and trails are beloved locally and nationally by visitors seeking outstanding recreational opportunities like hiking, backpacking, horseback riding, mountain bike riding, and accessible trails. And we're happy to answer any questions about our project if anybody has any.
Great, thank you so much, Landon. Any questions for this project or clarification needed from evaluators?
I hope that's good and you all have most of your questions.
I see Holly. Go right ahead, Holly.
Oh, hi, I'm Holly English. I'm with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I was wondering if you could just expand a little on how stock use helps with your work in terms of efficiency and getting things done.
Yeah, Holly, happy to answer that question. Stock use is the lifeblood of our trail crew. Without the support from our pack stock, it'd be very difficult to impossible to carry out a lot of our projects. A lot of the work locations are 20 plus miles in the backcountry. So by the time a crew gets there carrying all their tools and food and stuff for an 8-day hitch, they might be spent like anybody would. And so they're not able to do as much work. And so that provides just an amplitude of options for us. And also we do a lot of different types of bridge projects and different things. There's no way to get 7-foot pieces of lumber into the mountains without the pack stock. It's a really cool part of our history and a critical element to maintaining the national scenic trails like the Pacific Crest Trail, the Pacific Northwest Trail. And it's also a huge asset to all of our partners, our crews. This is how we've carried out just numerous projects over the years. So it's super critical to our operations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. John, did you have a question or clarification on this project?
Yeah, actually, Landon answered it. And I know that they've had a lot of fire damage up there, but hopefully all these seasonal positions will get straightened out by the time this grant comes out.
We hope so too, but we do have a lot of partners that also help us with a lot of our objectives, so that we've been relying on them a lot, and that is very helpful for our district too. So, but we do hope we have our crews back as well.
Thanks, Rosemary. It's obviously been making the news an awful lot, and seeing there wasn't a lot of evaluators asking questions, I was just going to throw in that I appreciate the two of you pushing forward to another grant cycle.
And thank you all. We really appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Any other questions for Rosemary or Landon? All right, I'm seeing none. Moving right along. So we have now got the motorized trail maintenance project at the Methow Ranger District. This is for evaluators. This is 24-2515. And Landon and Rosemary, are you the ones up for this one as well? Okay, so Landon, if you just want to do the same thing you did, a quick 30-second rundown of what you're requesting grant money for, that would be
Absolutely.
great. And we'll turn it over to evaluators.
Yeah, so for this project, the Methow Valley Ranger District, we're planning to fund a 3-person motorized trail crew. With that, the trail maintenance we'll focus on is maintaining motorized trails in the Sawtooth backcountry and Lightning Beaver Creek areas. These trails provide user access to some of the most beautiful and scenic areas accessible to motorized use in the state of Washington. Other types of recreationists also highly value these areas and will stand to benefit from the increased trail maintenance.
Fantastic. Thank you, Landon. Great brief rundown. Any questions on this project? Questions or clarification to answer any of the evaluation criteria? Well, your projects are going to get us through to lunch very quickly, I see. John, did you have a question?
Well, I'm surprised there's not more questions. So I know we got a lot of time. I just thought I would throw out a couple of random questions to Landon. Hey, Landon, on the motorized trails with some of the fire damage, is your crews, along with the partners, getting those down trees taken care of?
Yeah, and luckily, John, some of these areas aren't as impacted by fires as some of the other zones, but being able to use chainsaws on these motorized trails allows us, our crew, and partners to more rapidly log out the trail system. Once again, we have really awesome partners that year after year do big work parties to maintain these trails and log them out, and then we can really focus on some of the other aspects of trail maintenance needed on the trail system. So we've been, once the trails are logged out, we're really looking at improving tread conditions, drainage, especially in a high alpine scenic area, like really focusing on preventing resource damage, building bridges. So yeah, we're with that, we're able to kind of dive into a lot of other different projects on the trail system.
Well, I honestly don't know how you keep up with the down trees. I was actually up in that area a couple of years ago after a fire had been gone, but hiked in, came back out. There were 2 trees down that weren't there when I hiked in. So glad I wasn't there when they fell.
We don't go anywhere without some type of saw, because that does happen quite frequently, and we kind of do a continuous maintenance, really, because windstorms come through the summer and we'll have to relog trails out. But like I said, on the motorized trails, it's a little easier with the chainsaw use and mode of transport on either a dirt bike or some other e-bike or something like that to get to a place to maintain the trail.
Well, I'm done. I'm gonna let Karen go back to running the show, but I just appreciate the little extra time to chat with y'all.
Likewise. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Any last questions for this project before we move on to their last project before lunch? And I am seeing none, so we'll go ahead and move on. And this is the development. This is the campground maintenance project. This is the 24-2555 project. I saw Zach just jumped on. Hello, Zach. Looks like you're helping to field questions on this one. So Rosemary has already introduced herself. So Zach, if you want to do a quick introduction to the evaluators, and then a quick 30-second rundown of what it is that you're looking for applying for grant money for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Sounds great. Thanks, Karen. Yeah, my name's Zach Winters, and I'm the Developed Recreation Supervisor for the district, the Methow Valley Ranger District here with Rosemary and Landon. The district will use this grant to operate and maintain 58 developed recreation sites, including 25 campgrounds, 30 trailheads, 2 picnic areas, and the iconic Washington Pass Scenic Overlook in the North Cascades. This grant would be used in combination with funds generated from campground and trailhead fee dollars, allowing us to more than double our staffing levels as compared to without RCO funds. About 70% of these RCO grant funds will go towards in-field staff time, with the remaining 30% supporting our volunteer campground host program and the necessary materials and supplies to carry out this work. Some specific crew tasks that this project supports includes basic maintenance and operations of our recreation sites, such as cleaning and fee collections, managing public hazards, providing and testing safe drinking water to our visitors, and maintaining all the various infrastructure found at these 58 recreation sites to ensure that they remain in good repair for years to come. We've been successfully completing RCO projects in support of this our trailhead and campground program here at the district for many years, and so I'd be happy to answer any questions about this project.
Great. Thank you so much, Zach. Any questions? Any questions for this project or clarification needed to evaluate? Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, hi, Holly English here from Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm just curious about, the gap, the need. So you mentioned, right, campground fees are collected. And do you know the actual, like the shortfall between what's collected, right, and what the true need is? And I apologize if it's already in the application. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. So, so this project comes out to about $100,000 per calendar year or per season of operations. And at the district, we collect about $160,000 of fees, and about 90% of those fees go back into the recreation sites. So it's the gap between the $300,000 to $400,000 cost of operating our sites and what we're able to pull in through fees is quite large. And so our RCO support is well over a third, maybe closer to 50% of our total operating cost. We do support with 61% match on this project, and the match that we can provide is in three main forms. That's match staff time from crews that are funded by either the fee dollars or other Forest Service funding sources. And then our campground host program is about equivalent in match value to our non-grant funded staff. And then lastly, the other piece of our match is our toilet pumping contract, because at these 58 sites, they all have at least one toilet and some of them have up to 4. And so the cost to keep those vaults sanitary and taken care of throughout the year is quite a bit of funds that we're able to match towards this project as well.
And Holly, I'll
Thank you.
just also add that the fees, while they primarily support the campgrounds, that is not the only thing that they actually go to support or are intended to support. So they do also do some trails and other stuff. So and not all of our sites on our district charge fees. And so the grant just sort of helps make up all the difference, or places where we need to go back to more frequently. The grant just helps us make up the difference with the fees that we collect. So.
Okay, great. Right. It's the Northwest Forest parking.
Right, which covers more than
permit.
just campgrounds and more
Yeah.
than just trailheads, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Zach on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Thank you very much, Zachary. All
Thank you.
right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that was our last project before lunch, so that was very quick. Our next project up, which will be after the lunch hour, is not scheduled until 12:50. So I will be back on a few minutes early to get us going. But we'll go ahead and just stay right on schedule. That's going to give us about an hour and about an hour and a half for lunch. So hopefully that gives time for people to do other things before our next presentation. And we will just go ahead and if we are continue to run early, we will continue to do that so long as our presenters are ready. We have asked for them to show up early. But for this one, we'll go ahead and come back and be ready to start back right on time at 12:50. All right, have a great lunch hour, everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll let everybody start trickling back in from lunch. And while everybody is trickling back in, I'm just going to go ahead and just mention that we are back from our lunch hour. And this is for the 2025 evaluation meeting for the non-highway and off-road vehicles activity program. I'm Karen Edwards with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, and I am your moderator today and over the next 2 additional days, where we have a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators for this grant program, where local, state, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and a special purpose district are requesting funds to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Applicants have already provided written answers to a series of board-adopted criteria, and now they will be answering questions by these volunteers. They have 10 minutes for each project, and that gives the evaluators what they need to score and rank these project proposals. And the preliminary ranked lists will be made available to our Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April, with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available for recreation in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And we are now back with the U.S. Forest Service, Colville National Forest, their facilities M&O grant. For evaluators, this is number 24-2586. And is it Chris Williams? Or who do we have on to answer questions? Looks like we have Chris here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Karen.
Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us. We are right at 12:50, so we're going to go ahead and get us started. And Chris, if you want to just take the first 30 seconds of your 10 minutes and just introduce yourself, and then just a brief description of what you're applying for grant funding for, and then we'll turn it over to the evaluators for questions.
Sure, you bet. So, as said, my name is Chris Williams. I'm the recreation specialist sitting at the Tonasket Ranger District on the Colville National Forest. And the grant funding that we're applying for to achieve tangible outcomes on the ground are just nuts and bolts, mashed potatoes and gravy, removing trash, cleaning toilets on 9 non-fee sites, and identifying and removing hazard trees from our campgrounds and trailheads, treating noxious weeds, repairing water systems and upgrading them as well, and repairing standard amenities like picnic tables and fire rings, signs and information boards, and maintaining a host of other amenities we have, such as swimming docks and boat ramps. And just want to say that our primary recreational opportunity that we're providing is to provide a safe and sustainable day use and recreation environment for our user groups and the public at large.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah.
Any questions for Chris or any clarification needed for this project in order to score? From any of our evaluators? It's a little quiet out there this afternoon. Any questions for Chris? John, I see you took yourself off mute. Go right ahead.
Well, when no one else is asking questions, I'm gonna ask, Chris. Chris, knowing that you're up in the, northeast part of the state, how are you counting the amount of users that, you're showing on your application?
We are counting the registrations at our campgrounds as one, and then at our trailheads we have registrations there too, and then at our non-fee sites we can take a look at when we go out and take snapshots of how many vehicles are parked in the parking areas, and just on-site observations and those kind of measuring tools.
Okay, well, I was just kind of building up to the curiosity on my part of, it seems like all the forests are getting overrun with people compared to 10 years ago, and I'm assuming you are as well. It seemed like your count numbers were a little lower than what I would have anticipated.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Between the four districts on the Colville National Forest, I would say that getting out and getting that exact information that you're talking about on our non-fee dispersed sites, we probably are a little bit low. It's heavy, very heavy use on our dispersed sites, especially during those 4 holiday weekends, and because we're kind of tied down at our fee sites in our campgrounds. So to go out and do those specific measuring criteria for those areas on our dispersed sites during those long weekends is a little bit tough. And so, yeah, I imagine probably, to be really specific, we are probably a little bit short, especially I would say over on the district on the east side of the forest, over on the Pondere Valley, and some of the spots that ORV, UTV, ATV use is very high on those 3-day weekends, like the Beatty Bold area. I'd say that we probably might be short selling ourselves a little bit, but unless we're out there and really can put pen to paper, that it's a little bit hard for us to justify that. But I'd say you're probably right.
Well, Chris, keep up the good work over there, and maybe we'll teach people to take home their trash with them, but I guess that might be in the future generations. Anyway, that's all I had.
Well, John, thanks for saying that, because sounds like you've had some on the ground knowledge about that area, and that is one of our specific challenges, right? In those dispersed sites is the trash problem, and we certainly try to do a good job, but you're right, it's there.
Well, Chris, I love recreating over in your area, because in the old days, well, I say old days, before pandemic, there was a lot less people, and get away from the Western Washington mayhem. So anyway,
Yes.
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, John. Any other questions for Chris or any clarification for this project? All right, Chris, I am seeing none. Looks like Holly. Go right ahead, Holly.
Hi, Chris. I'm Holly from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hi, Holly.
Hi. So I'm just curious, could you clarify the types of infrastructure, the difference between what you're providing at a free dispersed site and a developed fee site?
Sure. So at developed fee sites, of course, there is a range there, and so we'll start with some potable water, right? And then trash dumpsters. Also, and then we have some solid vaulted toilets and some flushing toilets too at our paying fee sites. And at our dispersed sites, we have vault toilets that are there, and possibly some trash cans, or not, and probably no potable water there. But those are kind of the facilities differences, I guess, off just shooting from the hip right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up question, if I might. It seems like, you know, you make it clear in your application that you're serving underserved populations. It's an economically depressed area. And so the free sites, is it true? I mean, they provide an opportunity for people that couldn't otherwise afford maybe a paid site, and it remains that way in part to serve that population. Is that accurate?
That's absolutely accurate. And we strive to serve all user groups that enjoy the Colville National Forest, and all different segments of each population that lives within the vicinity of the Colville National Forest, and some portions of that are underserved, and we strive to to make those amenities just as good, or better, you know, and try to put our best foot forward, no matter, you know, what area of the forest that we're providing those services to, and consider them all one and the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. All right, we are just about time. If there's any last questions for Chris on this project. All right, and I am seeing none. Chris, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for providing an opportunity just to explain the Colville National Forest, and kind of the resources that we can bring and provide to the user groups and the public. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Chris. Okay, next up we have Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Quincy Lakes Trails and Recreation Infrastructure. We've got Rich Finger here. Hello, Rich. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2612. And Rich, I'll be keeping track of time. You've got 10 minutes. If you want to just provide like the first 30 seconds, introduce yourself to evaluators and what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask questions.
Great. Thanks, Karen. Yeah, my name's Rich Finger. I'm a lands operations manager with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we are seeking support for recreational infrastructure development in the Quincy Lakes unit of the Columbia Basin Wildlife Area. This would be in the general vicinity of the Babcock Bench, if y'all are familiar with that, or the ancient lakes. So yeah, basically what we're looking for primarily is cultural resources, survey support, as well as permitting and design for 2 campgrounds potentially, and up to 30 miles of trail. We do have some contracted survey work starting on that trail now. So that's kind of a new update since this proposal was developed. So I think that cost would actually go down. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell. We're basically trying to get on a better path of sustainability out there on the Babcock Bench. Some management changes that would come with this, if successful, is we would be looking to shift camping from the dispersed camping that we have around the ancient lakes into these developed campgrounds for sustainability reasons.
Great. Thank you so much, Rich. Any questions for Rich on this project, or any clarification needed? Go ahead, Trip.
Hi, yeah, thanks, Rich. Trip Williams here. I'm representing hiking community. I'm not as familiar with the procedure as you and other more experienced people on the call are. So I'm curious, when I read the application for specifically the cultural resources component, how confident are you? Would you need then to sort of apply for a grant in the next cycle to continue the work? Or are you confident you'd be able to complete the rest of the work if this piece was funded? Help me understand kind of how this piece fits in the puzzle.
Sure. Well, I'm very confident that the dollar figure we have in here for cultural resources surveys, which is the bulk of the ask, is going to be more than adequate to meet all our cultural resources needs, because we've already invested, I think, north of $150,000 out there in that area, evaluating the trails, both for cultural resources but also for sustainability areas too. Some places where we have erosion challenges or reroutes are needed because the trail sits in a topographical load, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess to be more specific, this being a step on the overall sequence of steps needed to actually build the campsites. So where does the other funding required to complete the rest of the project, how does this fit in with that? Or is there like a certainty that funding would come through?
Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood. So this would just set us up for a trails development project grant request for the future. So this is just step one.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Rich? Or any clarification to score this project? All right, Rich, I'm seeing none. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thanks everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we have the Forest Service, Okanogan, Wenatchee National Forest, their Eniya and Chelan Ranger District E&E. For evaluators, this is 24-2721. And is it Michael Plank?
That is correct.
Hello, welcome. I like your shirt.
Thank
Nice
you.
and bright.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. So, Michael, we've got 10 minutes. And if you want to spend the first about 30 seconds just introducing yourself to the evaluators and then just letting them know briefly what you're applying for grant funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Michael Plank. I am the Developed Recreation Management Specialist here on the Eniya and Chelan Ranger Districts. And today I'd like to discuss our grant application for education and enforcement. What we do is we provide patrols on our multiple use trails out of our campgrounds and trailheads within the Eniya and Chelan Ranger Districts. This grant is going to fund Forest Service personnel, volunteers, and it's going to allow us to work with our partner organizations performing patrols both on foot and motorized. We have off-highway vehicle and non-motorized backcountry trails that we patrol. So our OHV Rangers, they patrol approximately 300 miles of the multiple use trails that we have that depart from one of our 13 campgrounds or 29 trailheads. Our non-motorized backcountry Rangers, they patrol about 155 miles of wilderness, which consists of multiple use trails to get there, and then our non-motorized wilderness trails across our service area. Our goal is to ensure that our Rangers are out in the field during our highest use times, so holidays and weekends, and making sure that we're contacting our visitors to ensure that they understand our leave no trace ethics. They're utilizing good riding practices while on our trails. And then we just like to answer questions for the public and engage with them. We also have forest protection officers who are out there who ensure that our rules and regulations are being followed while the public is utilizing their lands. So the results from this grant in the past has allowed our program to make sure that we really ensure our users are light on the land. We have seen a reduction in resource impacts since we've had this grant. We've created a better understanding with our public and a better working relationship between different user groups, whether that's motorized or non-motorized. And we've just helped to educate the public about proper use practices and enforce those regulations to ensure that we're maintaining a high standard on our public lands and trails.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Or clarification needed on this project? John, go right ahead.
Well, Michael, lack of other people asking questions. You mentioned the reduction of impact on Entiat as well as Chelan. And I know for years, the patrolling of the upper Entiat down to Lake Wenatchee and the Chelan Ridge have always been keeping people out of the meadows. Can you give us a little bit more? I know it's kind of not exactly the grant request, but I'm just curious, seeing I got you and nobody else is asking questions.
Yeah, so we have seasonal closures to protect our meadows. The big one is kind of that Mad Meadows area, upper Mad area. So what we do is we ensure that it is signed for the closures, and then we have people out there patrolling early and often to ensure we have that closure enforced to protect that habitat specifically. Once it is dry enough, snow has melted, and we know that we're not going to create ruts and damaged trails or create, increased damage around those meadows, then we go in and we open it seasonally in the spring. We do the same thing in the fall. Once we know we're about to get rain and weather coming in, then we make that decision, as to when to close it based off of weather, and then we'll go sign it and close it with the goal really to protect those high alpine meadows and that, that beautiful pristine area that we get to all enjoy.
So you're able to keep people jumping off the trail and out of the meadows more with more presence out there, land manager presence?
Absolutely. Yeah. With, that delicate habitat that we have, the more frequent we can have people out on those trails and contacting visitors who maybe don't know about the enclosure or the closure orders, which is typically what we run into, then we keep them from riding around trees that are down across the trail, riding down into the meadow. And we just have a presence on the weekends, especially early season, to ensure that that's happening.
Great. They appreciate the update. Looks like you've got another hand up, so I'll hop off.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hi, Michael. I'm Holly English from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And yeah, I did notice in your application, I thought it was you use seasonal closures strategically combined with education. I thought that was really high point of your application. And the question I had was some statements that were in your need section. There was some references to, I think the quote was, "This management program deters opposition groups." And I think the word controversial was used to describe the trail system. So I'm sensing there might be lots of user conflict here, and maybe you could expand on that. And do you think that this grant would help address user conflicts if they exist?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So we do have user conflict, and typically what it comes down to is that motorized versus non-motorized conflict. Folks who are up in the higher elevation alpine settings typically may have an issue with hearing motorized equipment in those settings. But what it is it's actually one of the last areas in the state where we have motorized access to these beautiful high alpine areas. And the goal is to keep people on the trails so we minimize the impact. And it is, controversial because we do get feedback from other user groups like, "Oh, I was out there and I heard all this noise and it was terrible. And what are you guys doing about it?" So our goal is to keep access to this really great motorized area, but to ensure that these user groups in the field have that reduction in conflict. So we're not getting those emails and letters after the fact. If we have people out there who can engage with the public and say, "Hey, yes, I understand that this may impose on some of your experience, but it also is a great resource for the motorized community to have access to these trails to get into higher elevation areas and trail ride. And we've maintained that access for a long time, even though it has been a bit controversial.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Karen, you're muted.
Thank you very much, John. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hey there. That sounds like it's such a beautiful area of Washington State. I'm the equestrian in the room, and I just had a quick question. I know that this is for the education and enforcement, and it references having seasonal staff during your busy times. And what does that look like? Are those going to be 3 part-timers from April till September? What's it? It didn't reference the count of those staff, or you know, how much they're going to be able to be out there.
Yeah, and we I think intentionally took that out. In the past, we had staffed with 2 full-time OHV rangers, and then we utilized Mount Adams Institute and our trails program to do the backcountry enforcement side of it. With changing in staff now, wanted to make sure that we're reflecting in the current grant what we will be looking to going forward. And that's going to be utilizing the staff that we have and spending 10 days on a job code for our trails recreation manager, 10 days on a job code for myself. And we're all motorcycle OHV qualified, and we're FPOs as well. So now it'll be a little bit more piecemeal than it was in the past due to staffing levels. Our intent still is to bring on Mount Adams interns that have an OHV specific engagement. But we also want to concentrate on some of the front country stuff as well. So we couldn't put hard numbers in there like we could in the past. Hey, we're going to staff for 2 trails rangers dedicated to OHV for X amount of hours a year. Now it's going to be utilizing everybody in our program to ensure we're meeting the intent of the grant and spreading those funds out to pay for personal hours and volunteer hours that way.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Okay, we are at time on this one. I just want to make sure there's no last questions. Kathy, your hand is still up. Did you have another question, or is that just a leftover?
No, it's going to be waving goodbye now. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. All right, Michael, that was all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, next up we have the Entiat and Chelan Multiple Use Trail M&O. This is number 24-2544. Alexander, hello. You popped your camera on, so I'm assuming you're the one who's going to be fielding questions.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. I'll be keeping track of your time. You want to spend the first about 30 seconds just introducing yourself to the evaluators, and then just briefly letting them know what you're applying for grant money for. And then we'll turn it over for questions.
Excellent. Yeah, my name's Alex Taras, and I'm the Trails Manager for Entiat and Chelan Ranger Districts. This grant is for the Entiat and Chelan Multi-Use Trail System, which has traditionally funded 3 to 5 motorcycle trail crew members. You know, we have about 195 miles of this multi-use trail. A lot of it's in a high elevation setting, which is kind of a unique opportunity for moto and mountain bike users. Usually, seeing as we've had a ton of fires and a lot of beetle kill, tend to focus on log out, but it also helps with, you know, digging drains, clearing trail, replacing small structures, you know, helps fund gear and maintain what we do have.
All right. Thank you so much. Any questions? Questions from evaluators? Or any clarification needed about the project? John, go right ahead.
I feel like I keep being the one asking questions. So Alex, we just previously heard about some of the user conflicts over there. In your higher alpine, softer soil, has there been any change on using those concrete cinder blocks or whatever those things are that equestrians weren't always so thrilled about? Can you give us any insight on what that's about?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess they're primarily used in climbing turns to help reduce soil erosion in that volcanic soil. And it definitely has helped with as far as like degradation to the trail bed surface. I mean, we've had a lot of success with them. I mean, it does take continued maintenance, but as far as the stock use, oftentimes there is some go arounds to it, but we haven't heard a ton of complaints from that user base.
Yeah, I just I know that there was some early days when they started using those equestrian horses when they hadn't been maintained. The horses started feeling like they were going across a grating rather than erosion protection. But well, I'm glad you're not getting a lot of conflicts from those.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, we work on maintaining them and rebuilding them as they've, degrade. But so far, we haven't had much in the way of complaints from that user group. It's really all I can add to
No,
that.
that's okay. I was just more throwing that out there out of curiosity. I mean, they certainly have done a great job, and you all have got your hands full between the Mad River and other high use areas of keeping the conflicts down to a minimum. So anyway, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Denise, go right ahead and then we'll go with Holly.
On the NOVA use counting, have you do an annual count? You have since 1999. Is it done every year, or is this every few years, or the numbers presented were from what year?
Just cumulative since then. So our OHV rangers, they do counts when they're out riding, and then also our trail registrations. Those numbers, I believe, were last computed in 2022, that grant cycle, and those were carried over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex. I'm Holly from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I
Hi.
had a question. Hi. I was looking at your cost benefit statement, and I'm just curious, this is a larger question. You mentioned that you got some federal disaster relief money to help with the trails at $12,000 per mile. Was that a one-time funding, or is that more typical after a fire? Do you get help? Yeah.
It just depends. I mean, I guess I'm new to the management side of things, so this is my first kind of time managing this type of money or this pot of money. And I think ultimately trail construction in general and heavy maintenance, there's a huge span of its cost. And this, with the amount of money we were given for these sections of trail, that's just partially what it worked out to, but it's kind of an average. So some areas require heavy work, and then some areas were less effective, and the operators are able to move through it at a quicker pace. So it just, and again, that's utilizing NMAs, which is one of our primary partners on the district. Yeah.
Do they use a machine to cut the trail back in, or is it usually hand done?
It's a machine. It's basically the smallest mini excavator that's manufactured. Kubota KX08.
Uh-huh. Okay,
Which,
thank you.
yeah.
Karen, you muted again.
Thank you so much, John. All right, any other questions? Questions or clarification needed on this project? Okay, I am seeing none. Thank you so much for being here, Alex. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, thanks so much for letting me present.
All right, thank you. And next up, we have got, looks like we've got Michael again. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
So this is the Entiat and Chelan Ranger District Campground and Dispersed M&O for evaluators. This is 24-2590. So again, Michael, you've introduced yourself, but if you want to just give a brief overview of what your what this project would fund, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators.
Perfect. Yeah, so this grant is going to fund the maintenance of 13 campgrounds, 2 cabins, 3 group sites, around 100 dispersed sites, and it's going to allow us to assist our partners in the management of the 2 lookout towers that we have located here in Chelan County. You know, what this really does is it allows us to staff at the appropriate level so we can ensure that we maintain our sites to the highest standard. It also allows us to protect our natural resources in the area, both at the trailheads and campgrounds and adjacent to them. And this also allows us to provide for public safety. In our area, Entiat and Chelan, we just have a lot of family-friendly recreational activities with access to lakes, rivers, and waterfalls. And with those, there is a very high demand for overnight camping. Along with the staffing that this will go to fund, it also helps fund trash removal, restroom cleaning, hazard tree removal, our annual maintenance and repair of our campground facilities, our water testing, and then interaction with our user base. So we can be there on site to help reduce any conflicts that may arise and also inform the public of recreational opportunities that are in their area while they're visiting our developed and dispersed sites.
Great, thank you so much, Michael. Any questions or clarification needed on this project?
Hi there, my name's Larissa. I'm representing hikers, and I'm just kind of curious, in your need fulfillment section, you mentioned that this would allow you to improve multiple locations, and I'm curious what those improvements typically are.
Oh, that's great. I'm super excited to talk about this. The improvements are we have upgrades to our picnic tables. So last year we were able to go out and route, sand, and stain all the picnic tables that we deemed salvageable. And then we have picnic table bases made that we worked with the Job Corps on to get those constructed. So this is also going to help with installing these new table bases at our facilities, along with installing new campfire rings. We've identified places where ADA rings can be installed that have good ADA access. So we're going to install some ADA specific rings. We're going to install some other new fire rings. It allows us to stain our CXTs, remove graffiti, and stain those vault toilets. And then our trail signage. So any of the damaged trail signs that we have out there, this also allows us to have not only the staffing, but the resources to go out and replace sand, stain, and sign appropriately to help with those visitor interactions and help us educate our user base on what recreational opportunities are around.
Great, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Larissa. Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, on the item 10, the cost benefits, you have a note in there to address the bullet points. to add a bit more. I'm wondering if you could provide some more information. It was on the cost benefits.
Yep, benefits outweigh its costs.
Yeah.
So I guess there, when I read through this here quickly, what exactly? Oh, I see that line under there, and I'm not sure where that what that is referenced to. Add a little more to address bullet points.
Yeah.
I think that may have been some feedback.
Okay.
But if I were to add a little bit more for the benefits outweighing the costs, I think, you know, the benefits that we give to the public, one in just safety. So having clean sanitary sites, making sure that our picnic tables are maintained to a high standard so kids aren't running around getting splinters, getting cut up, all of that, ensuring that our fire rings are cleaned out. There's not glass everywhere in the sites. There's not, you know, loose metal or debris that people may leave around, ensuring that our hazard trees are mitigated and that any widow makers up in the area above campsite areas are either mitigated or those sites are closed. I think those are the benefits that greatly outweigh the costs. We're providing that safety to the public and creating a really great opportunity for them to recreate with their family out in the woods in a safer space than, you know, in unmitigated burn scars or in some of the dispersed sites that aren't managed in that same way.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions about this project? So, Michael, I am seeing none. Denise, I'm assuming that's a leftover hand. If not, feel free to unmute yourself and ask any question. Okay, got it. Okay. Michael, I am not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our last project before our first afternoon break. And is it Diane? Is Diane here? This is going to be the Wenatchee Field Office North End Douglas Creek Revitalization Project. For evaluators, this is project number 24-2556. And do we have anybody from the BLM here to field questions from evaluators? Oh, I just saw somebody pop their camera on. I see Lisa Foster from TRED. Are you here for this project? You are still on mute if you're talking.
Hi, Karen. This is Matt Lyons. I'm with TRED as well. They're actually setting up the meeting now, and I think they might be just having a little bit of technical difficulty.
Okay. So will they be answering questions from evaluators, or will that be you, Matt?
They will be, and Diane Prevey with the BLM is here with us as well. Here they come. There we go.
All right.
Okay, there they are.
Okay, we are here now. Hello. So again, this is the Wenatchee Field Office North End Douglas Creek Revitalization Project. And just a reminder, we've got 10 minutes set aside for a Q&A. If you want to just quickly introduce yourself to evaluators, and then just briefly let them know what you're applying for grant funding for, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators to ask questions.
Okay. I'll kick us off. I'm Diane Prevey, Recreation Planner for the Bureau of Land Management out of our Wenatchee Field Office. And I'm joined by Matt Lyons and Lisa Foster with TRED, one of our wonderful partners in this project and in other trails projects across the area. And our project that we have applied for is for the North End Douglas Creek revitalization. Douglas Creek is a beautiful area with a perennial creek that's about an hour away from Wenatchee. It's well known in the area for just desert recreation and other hiking and biking and fishing. And so it's an area that BLM has managed for quite a while. There's a county road that goes through it, and we've been managing it for dispersed recreation for a number of years. We have had quite a bit of use and abuse to that area, and we've done an environmental assessment back in 2015 to analyze adding some designated campsites to just start to corral the recreation that is happening down there a little bit more, add some facilities, and work with Douglas County on doing some road repairs down through there. So we did that EA about in 2015, but we never had the funds to go in and make the improvements that were called for in the EA of designated campsites, adding outhouses, and then doing improvements to help the health of the riparian zone. By just keeping people from driving through it and designating where they're camping and driving. So this has been a great opportunity to apply for those funds, and working with TRED, who's are going to assist us with mobilizing volunteers and doing some other things in connection with us. We're hopeful that this might be a successful project. Anything to add, Sarah? Okay, good.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, any questions from evaluators for this project? Go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming on. Trip Williams here, representing the hiking community. And I saw that the number of visitors is estimated to be around 7,500. I just wanted to confirm that's still the most recent estimate in terms of number of visitors to the site.
That is the most recent estimate. We have a visitor counter. That corridor is accessed in two different directions, and so we have visitor counters at either end, and so those are the numbers that we have been getting. So that is current information.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions or clarification needed for this project? Go right ahead, Denise.
If you develop the 10 campsites, are you going to also keep as many dispersed sites open?
Yeah, yes. The entire area is along a corridor, Douglas County Road Corridor, which is just it's one of their primitive roads. And so there's a number of different locations along that corridor where people currently camp. And so the ones that are highlighted in this application are some of the most popular ones where there's the most impacts to the creek, but there will still be other areas down there where people are able to disperse camp.
And then I had a second question. How will you be able to stop or reduce people crossing the creek?
With using these funds, hopefully, we hope to use boulders and fencing to block off some of those creek crossings and designate where the campsites are so that people are only able to park on the campsite roads and parking spots, but we would be blocking off those places where people are crossing the creek currently.
Thank you, Denise. Go right ahead, John.
I'm assuming it's my lack of knowledge, but I've seen, and maybe Lisa can answer this. I've seen the name TRED show up a couple times on different applications with different managers. Where does TRED fit into the government grant requests?
I'll take a stab at that one. So TRED is a backbone organization that works with all land managers and all outdoor rec organizations for collective impact. So as our land manager partners come to us with projects that they may need help filling in some gaps, we try to fill in those gaps. So what we'll do is we'll identify a project with the land manager, we'll identify any obstacles. Usually it's funding, sometimes it's a policy change, or sometimes it's a need for a volunteer base or something like that. And then once we've identified those obstacles, we work with the land manager and the other partner groups to meet those needs, just so the project is more efficient and hopefully a little cheaper.
So maybe I got it wrong, but when I Googled that, you're a nonprofit?
That's correct.
Okay, I guess that answers the question.
Tread-cw.org would get you to our website.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome.
John. Any other questions? All right, I am seeing none. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Oh, hey,
Much.
Karen, I got a
Thank you.
follow-up.
Have a good day. Thanks.
Karen, I
John,
got a follow-up.
oh yes, go right ahead, John.
I apologize. I'm back to sorting my brain out on this TREAD organization. But all the funding goes directly to BLM, not TREAD, or I'm sorry, I'm probably asking questions I should do more research.
No, you're fine, John. So if this project were to be funded, you're absolutely correct. The grant funding would be awarded to the BLM. And if they were to do any contracting outside, it would be their responsibility to pay that, and then they could seek reimbursement for eligible costs through the grant.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. And if you want to have any more conversations, feel free to call me, John. More than welcome to. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right. Thanks. Have a great
Okay.
day.
Thank you. You too. And that brings us to our first afternoon break. So we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So I am going to see if everybody can be back. Let's do 15 minutes. We'll come back at 1:55 and hopefully we will have Department of Natural Resources on a bit early, and we can try to stay on track to be early today. So 1:55. We'll see everybody then. Thank you. All right, we are coming back. Our next project, we are running a little bit early, so we are hoping that our next presenter is here. This is going to be for the department. Hello, Beth. I see you there. Thank you so much for popping on early. So this will be for Department of Natural Resources, their Teanaway West Fork Trails Development Phase 2 project. And for evaluators, this is project number 24-2366. And Beth, are you going to be the one that is going to be fielding questions, or is it Ben, or both of you?
It'll be Ben. I just hopped on because my name's on all the DNR grants. So I'm the statewide recreation grants manager, and I'll be supporting all of our applications over the next few days. But Ben Mayberry will be presenting and answering questions for these. So I'll pass it over, let him introduce himself.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Beth. Hello, Ben. So Ben, just a reminder, we've got 10 minutes set aside for question and answer. If you want to just very briefly introduce yourself to the evaluators, and then in like 30 seconds, let them know what you're applying for this grant money for, and then we'll turn it over to them to ask you some questions. So go right ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Karen, and thanks everybody on the committee for being here. My name is Ben Mayberry. I work with the Washington State Department of Natural Resources, where I'm currently the acting recreation and public use manager in our agency's Southeast region. As Karen said, I'll be answering questions on project 24-2366, which is for the Teanaway West Fork Trails Development Phase 2. This grant would partially fund the development of approximately 14.5 miles of non-motorized multi-use trails in the Teanaway Community Forest. They'll be open to pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian use. This project helps to implement the second phase of a summer trail system that's described extensively in the 2022 West Fork Trails Plan and is planned to be implemented in a total of 5 phases. Phase 2 for this current project focuses on broadly expanding upon the trail system that's currently being developed in Phase 1, as well as rerouting several miles of existing non-designated user-built trails that are currently located across privately held inholdings, and also increasing trails that are accessible to the adjacent Towns to Teanaway trail system that serves the communities of Cle Elum, Roslyn, and Ronald. And happy to take any questions you all have.
Great. Thank you so much, Ben. Any questions for Ben on this project or clarification needed? Go ahead, Denise.
On the readiness to proceed, what permits do you anticipate, and about how long do they generally take?
Yeah, so because this is Phase 2 of a 5-phase project, some of the permitting is already done. So there was a CEQA that was completed for the entire 5-phase project. We have a blanket hydraulic project approval, HPA, that covers a lot of the stream crossings, but not all of them. And then let's see, we've also completed some cultural resource review that covers some of this, but not all of it. So to answer your question in part, we'll need to complete a HPA for the bridge that's described in the project, and we'll need to complete some additional cultural resource review that's currently in progress. And I believe that's the extent of it.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Denise. Any other questions for Ben on this project? Or clarification on the scope? All right. I am seeing no other questions, Ben. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Okay, next up we have Okanogan Wenatchee National Forest, Wenatchee River Ranger District. This is their Wilderness and Front Country M&O grant proposal. And we have got Kyle Robb here. Hello, Kyle.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we sure can. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2443. And Kyle, if you, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. I'll be keeping track of time. If you could just spend the first 30 seconds introducing yourself to the evaluators, letting them know briefly what this grant funding would fund, what the project scope is, and then we'll turn it over to them to ask you questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. My name is Kyle Robb. I am the Trails and Stock Program Manager for the Wenatchee River Ranger District, the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest. These funds help our mission to log out and open our trail corridors once the snow allows us. With the intense use that happens in the icicle drainage, that's primarily where we focus our early season work. The enchantments will also be a part of that. And the Icicle Gorge is one of our main trails that we would like to open early season as well. As the Little Wenatchee has been closed for a couple of years, we want to put extensive work back into what we've missed over the last couple of years in that area. Plus, we would like to extend our reach with more partners, more partner work from Washington Trails Association, Northwest Youth Corps, PCTA, Backcountry Horsemen, doing more work in Indian Creek, White River, Spider Meadows, and the Napiqua. So these funds will help us extend our reach a little bit more than what our trail crew can get done and what the partners can help us hit because we have so many miles, there are so many needs to be met. It is challenging each and every year, but these funds do help us achieve those goals of opening the trail corridors so that everybody can recreate on the Wenatchee River.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kyle. Any questions for Kyle? Or project clarification needed? All right, we're moving right through them.
Well, Karen, seeing nobody else to say anything, I just want to thank Kyle for all the good work that you're doing over there. We know that you're just overwhelmed with more users, so keep it up. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, we try each and every day.
That's great, John. Thank you. All right, I see no questions on this project, Kyle. It looks like we've got you for the next one as well, right?
You do.
All right, so for evaluators, this is the Wenatchee River Ranger District Motorized Trail Maintenance Project. This is 24-2601. And Kyle, if you want to do the same thing, take about the first 30 seconds and give a quick rundown of the project, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, again, Kyle Robb, Wenatchee River Ranger District. So the mission with these funds is to log and brush out our motorized and multi-use trails in the early season, Devil's Gulch, Mission Ridge, Nason Ridge, and then the motorized section of the Chihuahua drainage. With these funds, our focus, outside of just log out and trail corridor, we also would like to put more emphasis on trail and drainage work on the Nason Ridge trail system. We're hoping to partner with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance and potentially Northwest Motorcycle Association. And outside of some of that trail corridor early season stuff and in the fall, we're hoping to partner with NMA, Transcascadia in some of these more isolated areas to get some more tread and corridor towards the end of the season when, busy season picks up in the summer. Then the fall, still it's busy because of all of the larches, but there's still some things that as the summer comes, storms come, hit later on in the season. So these funds will be used for a lot of miles, a lot of log out, brush work, and hoping to focus a little bit more time and effort on Nason Ridge throughout the years.
Great. Thank you so much, Kyle. All right. Any questions for Kyle for this project or project clarification? Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, hi, Kyle. This is Holly English from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I was just looking at your use numbers, 250,000 or more Nova recreationists. Can you just confirm where that data came from?
So historically, this is my second time going after this grant, and the number before were a little bit lower, and that was before my time on the district. So after talking with, nothing was concrete. We didn't use any track survey numbers. It's rough estimates based off of what my trail crew has seen, the uptick in trailheads, the e-bike scene that's taken off kind of everywhere in our motorized trail systems and multi-use areas. So those numbers are not concrete. They are rough estimates from previous years, seeing what they experienced and then what we've seen in the last 5 years. So we felt that it was appropriate to up those numbers, even though we didn't have concrete evidence for those.
Thanks. If I could follow up with one more question, Karen, is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So I see that a purchasing of a couple mules is in your application. And I'm curious, just because I know some other districts contract out with a mule outfitter. Are there options out there like that, or have you always had your own mules?
So I think the wilderness and front country grant we put in to purchase mules. I'm not seeing, maybe I messed up. I'm not seeing that in the Moto grant, but we do have our own stock program. We have 11 mules right now. We typically at around 20 years of age for our mules, we like to retire them and give them and rehome them. So we will kind of cycle out every year or two for younger animals to help with our stock program.
Okay, thanks. You're right. It was your former application, the one before for the mules.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Yeah, I was like, did I mess something up?
No.
Okay.
All right,
Perfect.
thank you.
Well, that was a good question for the previous project, though. I learned something new there. All right. Any other questions for Kyle? All right, Kyle, I'm seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
All right, and we are running a little bit early, so we are hoping that we may have, is it Kyle Warden, who will be here to answer questions for, this is the next Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest Wenatchee River Ranger District project. This is their Wilderness and Enchantment Area E&E. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2447. And do we have anybody here for the question answer for this project yet?
Yes, this is Mason. Sure, I can't get the video to work. It says that the host has stopped my video. There we go. Start my video.
There we go.
Okay. Hey, hello.
Hi, Mason.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, Kyle Warden. He's the one who did do the grant application, but he currently is not employed for reasons you may have heard about in the news, but we're hoping to get him back here soon. So I'm going to take this one on. So yeah, this one is for our E&E program for our wilderness areas, the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, the Glacier Peak Wilderness, and the Henry M. Jackson Wilderness, but with a focus on the Enchantment Permit area, which is a highly popular permitted overnight backpacking permitted area on the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, and where we do most of our education and enforcement due to the unique regulations that are up there with a smaller group size, no dogs. We have a vault toilet system throughout the area because of the granite landscape, and the shallow soils don't really allow for cat holes, and so we haul vault toilets up there. When they're full, we haul fresh ones up there and seal off the full ones. At the end of the season, we fly them out with helicopters. Last year, we flew out about 10,000 pounds of waste out of the enchantments. This grant will fund 4 rangers to have a full-time presence up there, enforcing the permit system, managing the toilet system that we have up there, doing education on, tread or leave no trace education up there. And then also they assist a lot in search and rescues. Due to the high use numbers, we have 125,000 in the enchantments each year, and that number comes from self-registration permits, overnight permits, and trail counters that we have. And we had documented over 25,000 contacts with in rangers notebooks last year. And with all the use there, we have a lot of search and rescues, and often our rangers are first on scene with the radio and gets that ball rolling for search and rescue to come, greatly reducing the response time, which reduces serious injury and worse up there.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Mason. Any questions for Mason on this project? Or scope clarification needed? Go ahead, Denise.
Just clarification, is it for seasonal rangers or for volunteer rangers? Is it just that I'm unclear as to what?
Yeah, so this funds are for permanent seasonal rangers, but we also have a volunteer program that they also support and supervise and train. So we have an additional 4 volunteers that the paid rangers are responsible for.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions for Mason on this project? Okay, I am seeing none, Mason. It looks like we have you for the next project as well, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. So for evaluators, we're moving on to the next project, which is 24-2536. And Mason will be here for questions for that project as well. So Mason, if you want to do the same thing, just provide a quick rundown of the project you're hoping to get funded, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Yep, this one is for our front country crews that take care of our campgrounds, trailheads, dispersed recreation sites, and day use sites. And they focus on managing our heavily overused trailheads, the ones that access the enchantments, as I spoke to before, that receive all those, over 100,000 visitors. And our facilities and infrastructure at these trailheads are not designed to handle that much use. And so we have to have a really high presence up there to maintain, the sanitary conditions, public safety, and a good user experience up there. We also manage the hazard trees in our campgrounds and trailheads, which means cutting down any dead trees or compromised trees that could fall on people or infrastructure or parked cars or people in campgrounds. And we're also responsible for collecting all the fees up there, which is the majority of our funding source next to RCO grants for supporting these programs. Our crews also patrol all the dispersed recreation sites across the forest, across the district, which, are a couple hundred, and they're anywhere from party sites to hunting camps to just dump sites that people use to dump their garbage. And we haul all of that stuff out of the woods every year.
Great. Thank you so much, Mason. All right. Any questions from evaluators? Or project scope needs? Clarification on the project scope. All right. Mason, I'm seeing none.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for the consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here, Mason. Okay, next up we have Ferry County. We are running quite a bit early. Is there anybody from Ferry County here? Looks like I may have a David Heinen as the project manager. We are running quite a bit early. All right, so we are certainly running early, so they are not due to present until 2:55. I am going to go ahead and we'll take an early break, and we will work on getting them here right after the break. How about we come back at, 2:40? And then hopefully we'll have them on to do their presentation a little bit early. So I'll see you all at 2:40. Have a nice break, everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are just about at 2:40 and we have got David Heinen on the line with us. Hello, David.
Hello.
Thank you so much for popping on early. I had went ahead and gave the evaluators a break until 2:40, but I know you've been on here for a good 10 minutes now. So thank you very much for joining us early.
No problem. I never know if this stuff's going to work or not. So
Always nice to give us a little bit of a grace period to make sure everything works okay.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we have just one more minute, David. We're going to let evaluators make sure that they are able to get back on. And for evaluators, just a reminder, this is Ferry County. They're P&R District 2 ORV campground, and this is number 24-2359. And David, just a reminder, we have 10 minutes set aside for this Q&A session. You want to take about the first 30 seconds to just introduce yourself and the project you're seeking funding for, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right.
Are you ready?
You bet.
All right. Well, like most things in a small community, I kind of got volunteered for this outfit. So I'm just trying to get things put together. The ORV campground has been around for quite a while, and it's in a place where it needs some serious maintenance and some upgrading and that sort of thing to make it. What we're trying to do is try to make it a destination kind of a thing, because we've got some great access to a lot of different off-road trails and all that kind of stuff, and we've got enough ground there too that we're going to be able to set up trails and that sort of thing as well. But we're at a place now where we've just been kind of making do for the last several years, and so I came on board, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm just trying to figure out what's been done and where we need to go and that sort of thing. And so this is just like brand new to me. So I'm just kind of going with the flow, so to speak. But the whole idea is we've got the campground up there. There's a racetrack that's up there, and we also manage a rifle range as well. So we've got 3 unique things there, and so the campground could be like the anchor for it, and to draw people and that sort of thing, and host events and that sort of thing in Republic. And so that's kind of what we're looking at.
Great, thank you so much, David. Any questions from evaluators? Denise, go right ahead.
Can you confirm on the NOVA users, you have between 60 and 100 individuals in a typical year? Is that correct? Or is that?
So, say that again.
What they wrote was the estimated number of users is between 60 and 100 individuals in a typical year.
Right. Yeah. Since I've been doing it, we kind of with COVID and everything, things kind of went sideways with that sort of thing, and so it hasn't been used much. So that's probably right now where we're at. Our goal is to increase that, right? And so anyway, so I would think that at this point in time, that's pretty accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Denise. Go ahead, Holly.
Hi, David. I'm Holly English from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, I was looking at your project design statement, and I'm wondering if there's any ADA or universally accessible type elements in your project design.
As far as like the restroom facilities and that sort of thing?
Yeah, parking.
Yep.
Restrooms.
We have the building is set up for that. We have handicap access there. We've got special parking areas designated for handicap. And right now we have one campsite that's designated for that as well, and that's right next to where the bathrooms and the showers and stuff are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for David or clarification on the scope of the project? All right, I am seeing none. David, thank you so much. Again, thank you for joining us early.
Well, you bet. This works out good for me. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. And that brings us on to Jared. Hello, Jared, and thank you for coming on early as well.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and are you presenting the rest of the, or are you here for the Q&A for the rest of the projects this afternoon?
I am.
You
Just
have
me.
all of them. Okay, great. So we are just going to go ahead and run through them. And so Jared, the first one we have is the Cle Elum Ranger District North Zone M&O for evaluators. This is 24-2453. And Jared, if you just want to do a quick introduction of yourself for evaluators, and then just give a quick 30 seconds of what you're applying for grant funding for this project. And
Sure.
then we'll turn it over to the evaluators for questions. And then we'll just move down the list for all of your projects in this fashion.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah. So, Jared Tresser, here on the Cle Elum Ranger District. I am the Trails Wilderness Manager, but I am currently filling in for the rec supervisor in the time being. So our North Zone grant, basically that's going to cover everything north of I-90 on our district, and that would fund a crew of 4 people, 2 equipment operators, and 2 alternative field staff or trainees. And that will cover 13 trailheads, 160 miles of single track, and 70 miles of 4-wheel drive trails. And most of those are within, while we do have a few up like the Fish Lake Valley and Cle Elum Valley, most of that trail system resides in the Teanaway, West Fork and North Fork Teanaway, on up and over Miller Peak, over down into Highway 97 on Blewett Pass, and then the entirety of Table Mountain, so the Liberty area and on up. And so that money would be used for clearing trails in the spring, bridge inspections, repair and replace those bridges and puncheons and turnpikes, signage. And if you all remember back, I think it was about 10 or 12 years ago on Table Mountain, we had a Table Mountain fire. Currently, we're seeing a lot of those dead standing trees are coming down in an extraordinary fashion. And like last year, we had our trail crew was pretty much encountering about 100 trees per mile that were down on those trails up on Table Mountain. So a lot of that funding would go to that. And yeah, and we also have a couple other projects we'd like to get accomplished too. One being the Johnson Medra Trail Bridge. It's just right off of the parking area. It's a multi-span bridge that had several of the stringers rot out, and it's currently tracking to be in the creek here pretty soon. So yeah, we just have a lot of backlog of trail maintenance and bridges and puncheons that need to be replaced since they're all aging 20 to 30 years old now. So yeah.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Jared. Any questions for Jared? Or any clarification on the scope of this project needed to score? All right, well done. I see none, Jared. So we'll go ahead and move on to the South Zone M&O project. So for evaluators, this is 24-2454. And Jared, if you want to just do the same thing for this project, and then we'll turn it over for some questions.
Okay, yeah, so South Zone, this is very similar to our North Zone, other than this being south of I-90, which encompasses everything from like the Monastash drainage coming up out of Ellensburg all the way up to Quartz Mountain, Monastash Ridge Trail that goes all the way up to the top of like Blowout Mountain and the top of Snoqualmie Pass, and then everything south of 90, which would also include like the Tainham area, which then has, we have like 12 campgrounds in that area and trailheads, 137 miles of single track, and 45 miles of double track or four-wheel drive trails. And again, that would money be used for clearing trails in the spring. We have multiple bridges out there. I think we have a total of, 80 bridges out in that direction. So that'd be for those bridge inspections and the repair and replacement of those puncheons and turnpikes. We have a lot of signage needs out there. Our public seems to like stealing some of our nice oak signs, so we continually have to replace those every year. And then we have there's a couple of interesting projects I'd like to accomplish in the next 2 years on that in that area. One being we have like a 110-foot puncheon that's on our North Fork Tatum Trail that goes through this beautiful little wetland area surrounded by a lot of cedars, and those are kind of uncommon in that area. So we'd like to get that replaced just because the stringers have broken and that entire puncheon is now canting down into the wetland area. And we just have some other projects like that too. Some wetland areas, some natural springs that are flowing out onto the trail that we need to do some short reroutes on. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Jared. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Jared, a question on the number of users.
Yes.
Both of the grant applications that you're presenting on, both quote some numbers. I was just curious how you got to the same numbers for north and south.
So that's a tough one because we don't have any concrete data we don't have any trail counters here. A lot of that is just based on what we've seen and counted at our trailheads in our encounters when we're doing like education and enforcement patrols. This also tallies up through permits that we've issued and campground numbers too. So when we go through there, we count to see how many motorized users we have. It's just an accumulation of all that. And we've kind of broken it down into north and south, since both have similar areas that similar usage patterns. So like out in the Liberty area for our north zone, we have a couple big weekends out there, especially in the Liberty for Memorial Day weekend, where I've counted upwards of like 1,000 people per weekend in that one small camping area. But then if you look at south of the South Zone area, Tatum Junction is one of the largest kind of staging areas for single track riding in the state. And we typically will have upwards of 40 to 50 people there daily, not even including on holiday weekends. So when we've tallied those numbers, it's been very, very similar on each end of our district.
Okay. I guess in some ways those are big numbers, but then again, I know how much usage you get from the western side of the mountain. So
we actually calculated those on the low end.
Yeah, it looked a little low to me, but then again, we're only talking maybe 120 days on the higher trails. So
correct. And, we do have some numbers from the University of Washington. They conducted a study back in 2019, and I think they were estimating about 150,000 people. But that I'm not sure how much that was accommodating for just campground use versus actual trail users for a motorized capacity. So we kind of just judged everything off of our own personal observations.
Okay, well, appreciate it. To me, it looks like you're always being invaded over there on that trail system. So keep it up. Thanks.
Yeah, the I-90 corridor makes it quite interesting over here. It's the first stop people can come to based out of Seattle, so it gets busy.
Well, I know on the weekends the I-90 traffic with people pulling trailers full of off-road stuff. I know where they're headed.
They're headed over to us.
Yep. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Denise.
On question 2, for needs fulfillment, there's reference to a 5-year work plan created in 2022. And
Yep.
I wondered if there were specific items from that plan that you want to use for this upcoming grant.
No, that was created back, not when I was around, but I wasn't in this capacity right now. I'm not certain exactly where that document resides right now. When I've talked to the previous supervisor about that, it was more of more of like a needs-based assessment on where we need to focus our resources.
Okay.
Good question. Thank you, Denise. Any other questions? Holly?
Yeah. Hi, Jared. Holly
Hey.
here from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
This is a follow-up to that last question because I was curious how you were prioritizing based on the expansive network of recreation infrastructure. And it looks to me like for meeting your applications, focusing on larger trail features, bridges, puncheons, turnpikes in and around wet meadows and riparian areas. Would that be
Correct.
accurate?
Correct. You
Okay.
would be correct in that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's so right now, like we do, like I mentioned before, we do have a lot of our bridge structures were built 20 to 30 years ago. So a lot of them are, I wouldn't say rapidly failing, but they've been in need in deferred maintenance for several years now. And I know a lot of our specialists would like to see more work done in protecting some of these riparian areas. And so we would like to focus on that. And we do partner a lot with other user groups, so such as like the NMA or Pacific Northwest Four-Wheel Drive Association. So they are handling some of our log out needs, which is freeing up our time to just focus on more of these large scale projects that we wouldn't really want volunteers to be handling. So, we try to focus on a couple large bridges a year or some puncheons and turnpikes, and then just like approaches in streams and such.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to see that because as we know, there's high biodiversity in those different habitats and they're very sensitive. So that's a good prioritization.
Yes.
If you ask me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Holly. Nicole?
Hi there, Nicole Phillips. I represent Motorized. I'm just wondering, is there any plans for signage in this area?
Yes, that is part of it. I don't know if I mentioned it on this one, but again, yeah, we have actually quite a few large scale projects now. One, we have some funding sources that are going to be replacing, I think 17 to 20 of our trailhead kiosks. So we should be getting some, especially I think for this area, for the South Zone anyway, that would be, we'll have two of them placed out at Tainham Junction, one at Riders Camp and one at Monastash Campground. And so those will be partially funded in maps created by Tread Lightly. We're working with them and we're creating some fantastic trail maps that will be going up on these kiosks. And then we did just pick up a new CNC machine for our district. So we don't have to spend excessive amounts of time routing out new signs. We can just kind of plug and play and just set it and forget it type of thing. So we do plan on getting a lot more signage out in this coming few years.
Great. Good question, Nicole. Thank you for that. Any other questions on this project? Before we move on to the next. I am seeing none. So we are on to the Cle Elum Ranger District Non-Motorized Trail M&O. This is number 24-2455. And Jared, go right ahead.
Okay. So yeah, this is our non-motorized trails. So pretty much everything outside of the North Zone, South Zone, and all non-motorized. So that would encompass about 326 miles of non-motorized trails. 140 of those being in the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, and then another 80 of those being the Pacific Crest Trail. So that funding would provide for a 4-person crew, and which would tackle a lot of our blowdown and log out in the early, well, as soon as we can get in about June to some of those trails, and then also for drainages, tread repair, signage. And also we have a few puncheons and turnpikes and a couple bog bridges that need to be replaced this year or in the next couple years, primarily up Peat Lake and Highest Lake. We started that process last year trying to get some of those replaced, but it's going to continue probably for the next foreseeable 2 to 3 years. We also have a few fire damage trails that need some construction work on and some crib walls constructed. And again, we'd like to focus more on some of our stream approaches and riparian areas in this area too. So I think on this one, if you're looking at number wise, primarily since COVID, we saw a massive increase in the numbers of recreators out here. While that number did kind of die off in the few years after that, it is steadily on the rise again. And I think I mentioned before that on that analysis done by the University of Washington Outdoor Recreation and Data Lab, yeah, their actual number was 131,000 visitors in our non-motorized systems per year. However, when we've counted wilderness permits and our ranger evaluate or observations in the field, we've come up with a number right about 250,000. So that the University of Washington study was back done in 2019 last year when we estimated about 250. So we're almost at a double amount of recreators in our backcountry in the last 5-6 years.
Great. Thank you so much, Jared. Any questions for Jared on this project or scope clarification? Go ahead, Denise.
For this project, there's mention of bridges nearing end of life, funding to replace. What percentage of this grant would go towards bridges?
I don't have an exact number on that. So we do have a backstock of actual lumber and supplies. So some of those bridges that will be in puncheons that we will be building right now, we actually still have material for. So all it would be a labor cost.
Okay.
And depending on the size of that bridge, we can technically do that in a 2 or 3 day job. Sometimes the larger ones are about a week. Right now, I'm not foreseeing any actual lumber purchases in the next 2 years, but depending on how many we can actually get our hands on, I would say less than 5%.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise. Go ahead, Kathy. Kathy, if you're speaking, you are on mute.
Hi, Jared. I'm Kathy, and I represent the horsemanship community for the state. And since we're talking about bridges, and a couple I've just gone in on Taylor Mountain, what standards are you using to make them stock friendly? Are you using the U.S. Forest Service standards?
Correct, the U.S. Forest Service standards. So I don't have those actual figures in front of me, so I'm just kind of off the top of my head. But I believe that is a 8-foot wide, or so those bridges. I think if it's a stock bridge, I think those are 6-foot wide actually, and then the trail corridor would be I think 8 or 10 feet high, 6 feet wide,
and with the high handrails as well.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
like 44 inches. I can't remember exact, but they
Yeah.
need to be kind of high. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we
great.
do keep those notes handy with us when we're out in the field, and we do abide by all those regulations for specs on our bridges for the stock users.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, any other questions on this project before we move on? All right. Kathy, I'm going to assume that is a leftover hand unless you have another question. Okay. All right. So we will go ahead and move on now to the Cle Elum Ranger District Front Country M&O. This is number 24-2457. And go ahead, Jared.
Okay, Front Country M&O. This one would fund 2 full-time U.S. Forest Service employees and then 2 interns. Typically, we'd pick those up from SCA, Student Conservation, or MAI, Mount Adams Institute. And that would be for the maintenance and operation of our 17 campgrounds, 30 trailheads, roughly 400 dispersed sites, 5 boat launches, and we also have 2 rental cabins. So the work that we would perform on a standard day, early in the spring, that's going to account for our hazard tree assessments. So we do have to do assessments of all the hazard trees for all of our developed sites before we can even open them. which we do that, and then the removal of those hazards. From there, it's onto trash removal, which many of you probably know we have a lot of here. Fee collection, bathroom cleaning, and supplies for that, such as toilet paper and cleaning supplies. Facility upkeep. We do have lots of kiosks and signs, picnic tables, parking areas, boat launches, hitching rails, and then we also do work such as removing rock dams that impede the movement of fish, and then we also try to remove as many human-built fire rings as possible. And then this year we've been seeing a rapid influx in graffiti on our district, which we are struggling to keep contained. So in the past, we've always gone out there with like Brillo pads and some pretty heavy chemicals to remove that stuff. But I think this year, I think this is the grant we put that in for. We'd like to buy a sandblaster, just to make that job a little bit faster and easier. And doing so, we can prevent using some of those chemicals, but also we have different media types. We can blast any graffiti off of rocks with a different media base than say an aluminum sign or a picnic table or a concrete barrier. And each one of those would be minimally invasive and actually has the ones we were looking at have like vacuum systems. So we're not even leaving any material on the ground after we're done. So that's something we'd like to get into with this grant. Even with our shortage in staffing coming up, that will provide us the means to hopefully get the same job done with less people.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jared. All right. Any questions for Jared? Or scope clarification? Yes, I did see that in here, the sandblaster in addition to a paint sprayer.
Yes, there you go.
For that graffiti. Go ahead, Denise, and then Holly.
On the NOVA usage, there's a lot of information. What year is that numbers from?
I'm sorry, you were broken up there.
Oh, sorry. On the NOVA usage,
Mhm.
it's a detailed breakdown, but what year is that for when you're talking about the, May through September estimated usage?
What year? That was the previous year. So we try to update those numbers every year.
Okay.
I think our biggest year when we counted was back in 2019 prior to COVID. We've been trying to update those numbers every single year when we see influxes in different areas. Like for example, when we look at Liberty, in the last 5 years, we've probably seen a doubling of the user groups out there. So we try to accommodate that into those numbers. But those typically range from Memorial Day through Labor Day or into like the 1st of October.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Go right ahead, Holly.
Yeah, Jared, I was trying to find it, but I was reading that part of your equipment request or infrastructure request was bear-proof garbage containers.
Yes.
And so that's a new order apparently on the forest.
No, so we actually I acquired a separate grant for bear-proof dumpsters that we actually have on our district right now. We need to install them out at those are going out to Spelei. And then we had another separate funding source for all of our bear-proof food storage containers out at San Melisac, and we still I believe we have another 60 or so sitting on our district that are waiting to be installed. So a lot of that is like installation.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted clarified. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Jared on this project? All right, moving on to the next one. This is the Cle Elum Ranger District Sanitation Rentals, and this is number 24-2458. Go right ahead, Jared.
Okay, sanitation rentals. What can I say? It's all about portable toilets. So right now, we have, out of our 17 campgrounds and trailheads, most of those have permanent structures for sanitation. So we have bathrooms located at most of those sites. However, with the Cle Elum Ranger District, we have a large swath of dispersed camping here, primarily out at like East Cochise or like Box Canyon, which is a huge one. If you've never been to Box Canyon, I'd suggest it sometime in your life. It's just this beautiful little creek with multiple little waterfalls on it that we can get upwards of 200-300 people a day out there on a weekend. But since it's just a dispersed site, there is no facilities there, so we've got to keep that human waste contained. And this is one of the best options for that. So when we did an installation of a Romtech toilet up at Rachel Lake last year, the total cost coming out the end, with labor and everything, was right around $65,000-$70,000. With this grant, we can fund 30 portable toilets for 2 years and get them placed at all these dispersed sites where a lot of this the damage is taking place and the human waste is just going right onto the ground. And additionally with that, we can ramp up those the number of toilets on holiday weekends. We can ramp it down when it's fading off. We can move them around if we're seeing sites that have getting a large influx of people. It's just a very mobile, easy to use system where we can keep that human waste contained. For me, it's just economically feasible. Instead of wasting, upwards of $70,000 for a permanent toilet, for half that cost, we can fund the portables for 2 years, and then keep them where they're needed at the time.
Great. Thank you, Jared. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, hey, Jared, the question I got is you've had, sorry. You've had this grant for previous cycles. How are you doing with vandalism in those?
Vandalism, so they get serviced so much that last time I contacted the contractor, he, there was a fair bit here and there, but they take those toilets back to their facility, and then I'm not sure what they do with it or how they get their graffiti off, but they come back perfectly clean the next day. I don't know what they're doing, but the only real issue we're having with those portable toilets is the accumulation of trash on the outside of them, because without any type of dumpster in the area, the public will often see any type of facility and just put their trash there. So that is one of the drawbacks to these units. It just requires us to go out there at least once a week and evaluate that and see where that trash is accumulating and pick it up.
Okay, well, I just I saw it a couple years ago when you applied for it, and I've always wondered if they were a target for vandalism, because they're obviously a great idea. I mean,
yeah, I mean, we're not really seeing the graffiti so much on those facilities. It's mostly just the trash that builds up right behind them. 4, 5, 6 bags a week. That's about it.
Okay, well, that's good. I just that was more out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, John. All right. Any other questions on this project? All right. I am seeing none, so we will move on to the next, which is the Front Country E&E. This is the project number 24-2456. Go ahead, Jared.
Okay, Front Country E&E. Okay, so again, similar to our M&O one for Front Country, 17 campgrounds, 30 trailheads, hundreds of dispersed sites. So this one would fund one lead developed rec ranger and then 3 interns. Where most of our time, probably over 90% of our time, is just focused on, really we focus on education first. The enforcement aspect comes at a later cost if required. Usually when infractions are becoming so egregious that we can't let it slide. 2 of which being we have no we don't let abandoned campfires or just fires in a fire ban slide. That and trash. Those are the 2 ones that will honestly get you the citation. But for the most part, we try to do as much education as possible first. And that includes everything from like resource damage at our trailheads, illegal campfires, fee compliance, vandalism, littering, dogs on leashes, just wildlife issues in general. And one of the big ones that we're going to be facing this next couple of years is our new food storage order, which will require the public to use bear-proof food storage containers. So with that being fresh on the books that we are now going to have to do more of an educational campaign to get that out to the public. And just walk the campgrounds, walk through the trailheads, just talk to people. It's just me talking to a lot of the public, the user groups, and just getting that information out there. Hey, look, this is why we need it. This is what we're doing it for. We have the facilities here for you to use. Just stuff like that. So, yeah, and we have a couple other projects coming down the pipe for, some restoration projects on the Upper Cle Elum River, which will also require some more educational aspects to notify the public of what we got going on, what we're doing these projects for, why it's beneficial for us. Just a lot of talking to people and just a lot of education of the public.
Great. Thank you so much, Jared. All right. Any questions on this one? Kind of quiet out there this afternoon. Must be answering all their questions before they ask them. All right, so we are down to, I believe, just 2 more projects. Next one is the Alpine Lakes Wilderness E&E. And for evaluators, this is 24-2451. Go ahead, Jared.
Okay, Alpine Lakes Wilderness Education and Enforcement. So again, another education and enforcement grant, but this one's primarily for our Alpine Lakes Wilderness. Encompassing that zone, we have 16 trailheads out there, and then 200 miles of trail, which also lead to about that trail system leads us to about 60 plus backcountry lakes and alpine lakes, with about 900 backcountry campsites. We're estimating, like I think we've said before, 80 to 130,000 users for Alpine Lakes Wilderness yearly. And it is mandated by law that we maintain this area in a primitive condition, primarily influenced by human impacts. So some of those impacts include like user-made trails, excessive campsite impacts in size, tree and vegetation damage, such as stock hitching or just carving with axes and knives onto trees. We're seeing a lot of switchback cutting, some trail braiding, human waste, and trash in our wilderness areas too. So we're using this funding to have 1 full-time lead ranger and then 1 seasonal ranger, along with 2 to 4 potential interns or volunteer rangers that would be supplied most likely by Mount Adams Institute or just any other volunteer organization.
Great. Thank you, Jared. Any questions for Jared on this project? I am seeing none. We'll go ahead and move on to the last one, which is the Cle Elum Ranger District ORV E&E. And for evaluators, this is 24-2452. Go right ahead, Jared.
Okay, ORV education and enforcement. This would encompass so if you remember back on our north zone, south zone, that was the maintenance operation of these same trails, but this is the education and enforcement aspect of it. So again, 400 miles of OHV trails, and this program we've actually had running since, I believe, 1985. So it's a long-standing tradition of our ORV education and enforcement on the district. This money would provide for a 1 full-time lead ORV ranger, and then upwards of 2, possibly 3 seasonal rangers if we can find them. And then also, one of the biggest aspects of this program is our volunteer coordination. We work heavily with other user groups such as the Pacific Northwest 4-Wheel Drive Association and NMA. They do a lot of coordinating with us, letting us know where they're going, and we've equipped them with the information needed to educate the public on just trailhead education on like enforcement of the regulations, spark arresters, just your ORV tags, and how to use multi-use trails, and how to respect other user groups, such as what you do when you encounter a horse or a hiker. So that program we have to work with the volunteer groups is massive, and we actually have several thousand registered volunteers that work on our district alongside our paid ORV rangers. So pretty much it's just a safe and providing a safe motorized travel aspect to it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jared. All right, any questions on our last project of the day? Nicole and then Holly.
Yeah, my question is, besides,
Nicole, you are breaking up. We cannot hear. I think we might have actually lost her.
Yeah.
We'll wait for her to come back on. Go ahead, Holly.
Okay, hi, Jared. Yeah, I saw, first of all, there is a high in-kind volunteer contribution here. That's a great plus. And to see that you're also buying some trail counters, it's important to keep that data collection going for future grants. So
Yes.
that's great. This might be a newbie question. I haven't been on this NOVA committee very long, but I see with the trainings for all these grants, number of trainings required, right, for the employees. So how many of those are provided in-house by the Forest Service, like this grant application, for example, and how many are outsourced?
So typically the only one we really outsource is when it comes down to first aid CPR. When we do that, that's kind of a more a large scale rec thing. So I look at all of our different our different departments within rec, from trails to wilderness to ORV, depending on how many employees we have at the time and how many are actually needing an updated first aid CPR training, then we will contact usually, a fire department or some other resource to provide that training. So we'll come in and we'll, excuse me, we'll split that cost with each one of the different grants, and then we'll provide that service. The other one would be a voluntary wilderness first aid course. If we ever decide that people want that one, we will send them out to it. Everything else is done in-house, from like our ORV training and safety, our bridge inspections to hazard tree inspections. All that stuff is done in-house. So the only two is just the first aid aspect of it.
Okay, all right. So in other words, the grant money would be used on a per participant basis to pay the person at the Forest Service to provide the training.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Nicole, I see you're back with us. Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Sorry
you.
about that. My question was regarding the private property on the side of Liberty Camp, and are you able to enforce that area as far as education and enforcement? There's a lot of strange rogue activity that happens up there that makes it rather unenjoyable to recreate in the Liberty area.
Oh, Liberty area. Okay, so I missed that initially. So the Liberty area is special. I understand the pain and frustration out there. We do enforce it. The areas that we can't. So part of that is BLM land. So the campground and everything to the south of your Liberty Road. But on Forest Service land, so half of that airstrip area where a lot of the people camp, half of that is ours, half of it's BLM. But we do also work with our co-op deputies. We have several that we work with in the sheriff's department that they come out and enforce our regulations on heavy weekends, specifically Memorial Day, 4th of July. We do as much as we can out there, but without neglecting the rest of our district. So with 2 to 3, full-time enforcement rangers here, we'll hit that. We try to hit there at least once a week, usually on a Saturday, because that's like the busiest time. It just really depends. We're doing our best to accommodate, but the massive influx of users out there, especially with the side-by-side community, it's taking us a bit of time to get through to that user group. And that's why we're actively focusing on. So I do have another project that I've gotten grant funded for, which is another sign project out there. So we have a huge informational sign going out in that Liberty area, actually 2 of them from 2 different projects. So on each entrance to that airstrip area where everybody camps, we'll have hopefully this year will be 2 large new kiosks with all the rules, all the regulations, maps, where they can go, what's legal and what's not legal.
Awesome, and that, I believe
Correct.
correct?
Yeah, so
Okay,
the signage I believe going in right now is just Spanish and English, but there should be the QR code that will accommodate for I think 3 or 4 other languages too.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you, Nicole. Good questions. Any other questions for Jared? All right. I am seeing none, Jared. Thank you so much for your time
Thank you.
this
Appreciate it.
afternoon. And that brings us to an end. All right. Okay, so you have been watching the 2025 evaluation meeting for the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. We are finished with today's evaluations where local, state, and federal agencies and nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations have answered evaluator questions for project proposals for funding to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Feel free to join us tomorrow when this team of volunteers will continue to meet with applications and evaluate more project proposals in this grant category. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you tomorrow.